The ocean doesn't always roar. Sometimes it hums. Sometimes it whispers in a voice so faint, so patient, that only the lonely can hear it. Tonight we drift into the fog-covered waters of the North Atlantic, where something once rang in the mist. Not a Bellevue, not a ship, but a lighthouse, long abandoned, sealed shut by the government, yet still sounding its foghorn in perfect intervals. The locals called it the Bell Ghost of Cape Fenwick. The authorities called it wind pressure through old vents, but those who lived near it knew better. If this helps your mind settle, just know we'll always be here. Subscribe. Cape Fenwick isn't on most maps. It's not a tourist port or even a small fishing town. It's barely a memory, the kind of coastal remnant left behind when the sea decides to reclaim a place. Situated on a weather-battered edge of Nova Scotia's forgotten shoreline, Fenwick once thrived on cod and cargo. The lighthouse, standing on a jagged outcrop of black rock, watched over ships with its steady beam from 1872 until the year it went dark, 1973. But even after its light faded, the sound never stopped. That's where the mystery begins. Old fishermen were the first to notice. On calm nights when the sea was glassy and the stars held their breath, they swore they could hear it. A low, rounded moan, not the sudden scream of metal or the chaotic splash of waves. This was rhythmic, almost musical, and always in threes. 3 blasts, spaced evenly apart, the same pattern every single time. Locals believed it was just the wind, howling through the old horn vents built into the upper tower. But one diver, Aaron Belden, wasn't satisfied with that explanation. Belden had grown up in Fenwick, and as a boy he'd once slept out on the cliffs near the lighthouse to impress a girl. That was the night he heard it for the first time. Decades later, he returned to investigate, not with superstition, but with sound equipment. In the spring of 1997, he brought a directional hydrophone and a team of 3, hoping to capture what he assumed would be faint wind harmonics or wave interaction. Instead, he picked up nothing, not a trace of vibration inside the tower, no pressure shifts, no residual acoustics, and yet, while standing on the rocks outside, with his recorder off, he heard it again. 3 low blasts, so clear, he said, it felt like they came from behind his eyes. There were no ships on the horizon. The harbor was empty. The tide was low. The horn had no power source, no mechanical function left. It was rusted completely through. The team stayed overnight, just past midnight, as the fog rolled in heavy and the moonlight dimmed into white mist. One of the sound engineers, Jamie Kerr, swore she felt the ground vibrate beneath her boots, a deep tremor, but there was no quake reported. Just after, the horn sounded again, once, twice, 3 times. They checked the recordings. Nothing. The crew left in silence the next morning. A year later, Aaron Belden died in a diving accident near Cape Breton. Jamie left the field entirely. The 3rd member of the team, who never spoke publicly about that night, was reportedly seen throwing away his gear, piece by piece, into the sea. The lighthouse remains standing to this day, now barely visible from the nearest town. No road leads to it. But sometimes, in early spring, the fog rolls in exactly the same way it did back then, and people still report hearing the sound, always in threes, always from the rocks. A geologist once attempted to map the terrain under the lighthouse using shallow seismic scans. His theory was simple. Perhaps the horn's sound wasn't coming from air at all, but water. Perhaps an ancient air pocket trapped below the cliffs was responsible, vibrating through narrow salt tunnels that resonated upward. But he never completed the survey. Just 4 days into the scan, one of the measuring rods snapped clean off, mid-insertion. Not bent, snapped, like something bit down on it from below. A folklorist from Halifax University later collected the old legends of Cape Fenwick and found something peculiar. In the early 1800s, long before the lighthouse was built, local Micmac fishermen had referred to the outcropping by another name, Talamquay, or place where the sea talks. Their stories warned of voices in the fog, voices that called back whatever you shouted into the air. The call always came in threes. She traced the name through colonial records and discovered that the lighthouse itself had been built on the direct advice of a surveyor who disappeared shortly after its construction. No grave, no record. His last journal entry simply read, It sounded again last night. Is it natural resonance? Trapped gas? Old legend mixing with modern confusion? Or is there something else at the edge of the Atlantic, sounding out through the void, not to warn ships, but to remind us that we're never truly alone on the water? Even today, the Canadian Coast Guard lists the horn as inactive, but in small towns nearby, the children still call it the lighthouse that breathes. And if you ever go near Fenwick on a quiet morning, they'll tell you to listen, but never answer, because sometimes it doesn't want an echo, it wants a name. Part 2. The drowned bells of Aokai Strait off the coast of northern Japan. Nestled between icy cliffs and relentless currents, lies a narrow stretch of water called the Aokai Strait. It is a place known more for what it takes than what it gives. Ships that enter its turbulent corridor often find themselves battered by unpredictable tides and pulled into hidden whirlpools that form without warning. But it is not the danger that gave Aokai its legend. It is the sound, a strange distant chiming, like temple bells ringing from deep beneath the sea. There is no shrine nearby, no known wreck that could explain the noise. And yet, countless fishermen, coast guards and divers over the last century have reported hearing the soft toll of bells echoing up from the seafloor. The sound comes irregularly, sometimes once every few days, sometimes not at all for months, and always at the same spot, a deep underwater trench, about 50 meters off the central spine of the strait. Sonar scans show a narrow fissure in the rock below, but no cavity large enough to house a sunken structure. No wrecks are registered there, and yet the bells keep ringing. The first formal report came in 1958, when a cargo ship named Hagenmaru radioed in a delay after dropping anchor to investigate what they described as repeating subsonic pulses with metallic overtones. The captain believed another ship was using underwater communication signals, perhaps military sonar or a navigation beacon, but there were no submarines in the region at the time, and no other vessel reported any sound. When divers were dispatched to check the equipment, they found something odd. The ship's hull, despite no collision or drag, bore thin circular abrasions in the paint, rings that measured exactly 20 centimeters across, spaced like ripples. The sounds resumed again that following spring. This time, a biologist studying coastal migration patterns set up underwater microphones to monitor whale routes. What he captured over 3 weeks stunned his entire team. The recordings weren't just random metallic echoes, they followed a specific pattern. 4 tones, all descending in pitch, spaced exactly 7 seconds apart. Then silence. Then they would repeat. Sometimes slowly, sometimes more rapidly, but always in multiples of 4. The pattern seemed familiar. The biologist played the recordings for a local elder, a woman in her 80s, who had lived her entire life on the rocky shores of Aokai. Her response was simple. Those are temple bells, that's the death call. She explained that before the tsunami of 1887, there had been a small fishing village perched just above the cliffs, one that had its own seaside shrine. When the wave came, it wiped the village away completely, but the shrine had sat right on the edge of the cliff, a tiny wooden structure with 4 bronze bells suspended from its eaves. Each was tuned to a slightly different tone, rung every evening by hand to mark the setting sun. According to the old stories, the monks would ring the bells exactly 4 times, pause for 7 breaths, and repeat, again and again, until darkness fell. There were no survivors from that tsunami, and no confirmed remains of the shrine have ever been recovered. But some believe it sank with the earth, pulled into the trench along with the cliff, and somehow, the bells continued to ring. Skeptics suggested natural explanations, shifting plates, gas bubbles, undersea rock falls echoing through cavern systems, all plausible, but none explained the pattern. None explained why the recordings always captured the same 4-tone sequence, even when captured years apart by different teams, with different equipment. In 1996, a Japanese deep-sea research sub named Kaiko II conducted a brief exploratory survey of the trench. What they found was strange but inconclusive. Smooth rocks shaped like arches, as if worn by years of current or pressure, arranged in a loose semicircle near the fissure. No carvings, no inscriptions, but when their camera passed near the largest formation, the audio feed picked up something unexpected, a sharp, clear chime. Just one, followed by silence. The operators dismissed it as interference, until it happened again exactly 7 seconds later, and again. and again. After 10 repetitions, it stopped. Back on the surface, the footage was reviewed. The chimes were not mechanical, they didn't match any onboard systems, nor could they be traced to movement from the submersible itself. The sound seemed to come from nowhere, and yet it had form. Tonality, the kind of resonance you only get from hollow bronze or bell-shaped alloys struck underwater. After that, Kaiko II was reassigned, and no other missions were sent to that part of the strait. But the bells returned. In 2007, a scuba diver named Isamu Kenji disappeared while exploring the kelp forests on the edge of the trench. He had gone alone. An experienced diver, well-trained, with perfect conditions that day. His body was never recovered. But his GoPro, sealed in a waterproof case, was later found tangled in kelp near the shore. Most of the footage was uneventful. Clear water, drifting shadows, distant schools of fish. But in the final 2 minutes, something changes. The camera begins to shake slightly, as if reacting to distant vibration. Then from the edge of the trench, a low bell rings. Then another, then another. On the 4th chime, Kenji turns toward the fissure. The camera tilts slowly, and then it goes dark. Many believe it was an equipment failure or pressure damage. But there was no recorded trauma, no sudden jolt, just the sound of bells fading into silence. The GoPro data was verified. No tampering, no editing, just 42 minutes of calm ocean exploration, ending in a perfect 4-tone sequence and a black screen. To this day, no wreckage of the village has been found, and no scientific consensus exists to explain the Aokai bells. But local folklore holds steady. They say the bells ring when someone dies at sea nearby. They say if you dive too close you'll hear your name in the final tone. Then they say the bells aren't calling for help. They're calling for company. Sleep softly, but if you ever find yourself near the Aokai Strait, and the sea begins to quiet, and the world holds its breath, count the chimes. Never fall, never fall. Part 3. The ship that returned empty in the summer of 1974, a Chilean cargo vessel known as the Mistral, departed from the bustling port city of Valparaiso, its destination set across the vast South Pacific, Auckland, New Zealand. The ship was an aging freighter, seaworthy but slow, used mainly for transport between Southern Hemisphere trading posts. She was manned by a crew of 21, a mix of seasoned sailors and young deckhands just getting their sea legs. On board were industrial supplies, food containers, medical cargo, and a sealed government crate stored deep within the refrigeration unit. Standard freight, nothing remarkable on paper. The route was one the crew had taken many times before. The sea was quiet that week, a vast glassy plain stretching in every direction. Radio logs from the first 3 days recorded calm winds, no sign of mechanical failure, and crew morale described as normal. The captain's final confirmed transmission was sent on the morning of day 4, and it simply read, "All systems functional, ETA 8 days. That message was the last time anyone heard from the Mistral. When the ship failed to check in by day 10, port authorities assumed a delay caused by current drift or mechanical stalling, common in freighters of her age. But by day 12, a search protocol was triggered. Commercial vessels in the South Pacific corridor were radioed. Air patrols were dispatched from Samoa and Tahiti. Still, no one could locate the missing ship. No oil slicks, no floating debris, no emergency beacons. Then, on the evening of day 14, a Japanese fishing boat, Taio Maru, number 3, spotted a silhouette drifting slowly near a cloud bank. The sun had already set, and the sky was smeared in deep purples and golds. At first, the fishermen mistook it for a ghost image, the kind you sometimes see when you're too tired or the light plays tricks on your eyes. But the shape remained. As they drew closer, it became clear. The Mistral had returned. There were no signs of fire, impact, or flooding. The hull had not taken on water. The ship was simply drifting, lifeless. The flag atop its mast hung limp in the dead air. One of the lifeboats was missing, its ropes frayed, but not severed. Another was halfway down the side of the hull, still attached, swaying gently as the ship rocked. The fishermen called in the sighting and cautiously approached the vessel. There was no response to their hails. No movement visible on deck. No lights. They circled once, twice, unsure if it was safe to board. Eventually, a small team crossed over using grappling gear. They entered through the starboard hatch and stepped into silence. What they found aboard the Mistral would haunt every man who walked those halls. Inside, everything was still. Frozen, coffee cups still sat on tables. A few chairs had toppled over. A paperback novel lay open in the crew mess. The bridge was deserted, its main controls still powered, flickering faint green. Navigational dials spun slowly, unmoored. The captain's log was left open mid-sentence. Unidentified lights spotted off starboard. That's where the ink stopped. The ship was in working condition. Food was still fresh in the galley. Cold storage units were functioning. But every room, every hallway, every single bunk was empty. There were no signs of violence, no blood, no drag marks, no broken glass, and none of the crew's personal effects had been taken. Wallets remained on shelves. Watches and necklaces hung from hooks above pillows. Only the people were gone. What truly disturbed the boarding team, however, was what they found below deck. In the engine room, on the bulkhead near the manual pressure valves, someone had carved into the steel with a sharp object. Deep gouges, uneven but deliberate. 21 marks, 4 vertical scratches, then a 5th crossed through, 4 more, then another crossed line, 4 sets in total, 20 lines. One last solitary mark beneath them, a tally. Beneath the final line, there was a phrase, etched crudely, almost childlike. It read, "We are still on board." Experts were called in immediately. The ship was towed back under military escort to a secure naval drydock facility in Valparaiso. A full investigation followed. Officials scoured the vessel. Every inch of it was mapped, logged, and analyzed. Divers searched a 10-mile radius around the discovery site, hoping to find signs of life rafts or bodies. Nothing was ever found. The government released a statement declaring the disappearance an unfortunate maritime tragedy, likely due to unexpected foul weather or misjudged course correction. But there was no evidence of storms. The weather had been fair across the ship's entire route. The sea had remained calm. Journalists, however, uncovered inconsistencies. Radar logs from a weather station in Pitcairn reported a strange electromagnetic anomaly over the ship's projected path on the night of Day 5, an event that caused shortwave interference and compass fluctuations. Pilots from nearby air patrols that week reported seeing flickers of unnatural light low above the horizon, pulses, described as blinking slowly in vertical formation, over open water. The reports were dismissed. But over time, the Mistral became legend. Dock workers claimed to hear knocking from inside the hull while it was dry docked. One night watchman quit after swearing he heard footsteps pacing in the lower decks when no one was aboard. Another said he saw a light flicker in the captain's quarters as he passed, only to find the room completely dark moments later. Eventually, the ship was decommissioned. No one would take her. She was stripped of usable parts, and the remainder was scheduled for dismantling. But before that could happen, the refrigeration unit was reopened. The sealed government crate, which had remained untouched throughout the investigation, was finally examined. And inside, preserved in a block of dry ice, was a metallic sphere, approximately the size of a human head. It emitted no heat, no light, and no detectable energy signature. Its surface was smooth, seamless, unmarked, but when placed in contact with electronics, it caused interference. A low hum filled the nearby air. Static crawled through radios. A marine technician later claimed the lights in the lab dimmed, and when he turned around, all his instruments had reset to 0. No one could determine what the object was. 3 days later, the crate and its contents were removed under military guard. They were never seen again. As for the crew of the Mistral, their names were etched into a memorial wall at the port of Valparaiso. Families held vigils. A few still leave flowers at the dock each year, but there were whispers, among older sailors, among night workers, that sometimes when the mist rolls in just before dawn, if you're near the dry dock ruins, you can hear the slow sound of footsteps across an empty deck. 21 of them, one by one. Part 4. The Bells Beneath the Sea. In the cold reaches of the North Atlantic, near a stretch of seafloor few vessels ever cross, lies an area sailors quietly call the Silent Ring. It doesn't appear on most charts. There's no label, no warning, just a stretch of empty coordinates northwest of the Azores, where weather patterns turn strange, instruments falter, and even radio signals grow thin. It has no official designation, but to those who know its story, it is a place wrapped in quiet dread. The first reports began in the early 1900s, long before sonar or satellites could measure the ocean's secrets. Fishing trawlers and merchant ships began noticing something strange, a soft chiming, like bells ringing faintly underwater. The sound was never loud. It didn't echo like a foghorn or clang like a buoy chain. It was melodic, perfectly timed, almost beautiful, but it had no source. The sound was always the same. 3 soft chimes, a pause, then 3 more. Sometimes it repeated for hours. Other times, it played only once, and then silence returned. Crews dismissed it at first, attributing it to old chains, shifting ballast or loose cargo. But over the years, as different ships passed through the same stretch of water and heard the exact same tones, the stories began to build. By the 1940s, the pattern had grown harder to ignore. A British destroyer patrolling the Atlantic during World War II reported the bells during a nighttime watch. Its sonar technician, a man named Kenneth Harlow, described it in his logs as clear as cathedral chimes beneath the keel. He recorded the sound, hoping to analyze it later, but the tape, oddly, warped beyond recovery during transit. Still, Harlow's account became the first official government record of what came to be known as the Ringing Sea. In 1957, a French submersible expedition attempting to map deep seafloor ridges reported unexpected anomalies near the same region. Their descent began normally, steady depth, clear instruments, and good visibility. But as they approached the 4,000 meter mark, their altimeter began glitching. Depth readings spiked erratically, sometimes showing a sudden cliff edge, then flat sand the next second. The pilot, Jean-Luc Devrogue, then reported hearing something through the steel of the hull. It wasn't mechanical, it wasn't pressure creaking, it was the sound of bells. Just 3 soft chimes, like a funeral toll underwater. Startled, they began their ascent. As they rose, the sounds faded, but when they reached the surface, one of the external temperature probes was gone, not damaged, gone. Its bolts still intact, as if unscrewed cleanly during the dive. The submersible was examined and no structural stress was found. But when Devrogues returned to the mainland, he quietly left oceanography behind. The strange thing is how consistent the reports are. Civilian ships, military vessels, scientific teams, different countries, different decades, always the same pattern. 3 chimes, then silence, and always in the same place. By the 1970s, a handful of acoustic researchers had become interested. Using deep-sea hydrophones, they placed recording equipment along the ocean floor, attempting to pinpoint the origin of the sound. Weeks passed with nothing. Then on the 12th night, one recorder captured something strange, a low-frequency hum, barely audible, building steadily into a crystalline ringing. 3 notes, measured, delicate, but then a 4th note emerged, a low droning pitch that hadn't been reported before. It was deeper, slower, resonant, like something vast shifting deep in the Earth's crust. The sound didn't repeat. It came once, then ended. The researchers retrieved the data and tried to trace the signal's direction, but it seemed to come from below the seabed, almost as if the ocean floor itself had sung. One scientist, Dr. Lena Moravec, proposed an outlandish theory. She suggested that the bells were not mechanical or biological at all, but geological, that the silent ring might sit atop a unique configuration of submerged volcanic tunnels or pressure chambers, natural instruments that chime when tectonic stress passes through them. But her hypothesis couldn't explain the precision of the tones, or their timing, or how they were always spaced the same way. Nor could it explain what happened next. In 1983, a long-range research vessel named Atara was assigned to study ambient ocean noise in the mid-Atlantic. On its 7th day at sea, it crossed through the silent ring during an overnight drift. Most of the crew were asleep. Only a skeleton shift remained on deck. Just before 3 a.m., the bells began. 3 perfect chimes, then 3 more, then silence. But this time, the sound didn't fade. It rose. One by one, the onboard devices began to activate without human input. The ship's depth gauge began to spin slowly. The backup power lights flickered, though the generator showed no malfunction. And in the audio monitoring room, an old analog reel-to-reel recorder turned on by itself. No technician had started it. It hadn't been used in over a year. When the crew reviewed the tape the next morning, they found nearly 2 minutes of audio. The bells were clear, resonant, and echoing across a deep chamber. But beneath the chimes was another layer, a voice faint and distorted, speaking in what sounded like English, but too warped to make out. The only clear phrase was at the very end. "The gate is open." No speaker had been connected to the recording system. No microphone had been activated. The deck logs were cross-checked. No one had spoken those words. The Atara completed its mission, but was quietly decommissioned less than 2 years later. Several of its crew reported vivid dreams following the voyage. Dreams of walking down long stone corridors submerged in water, hearing bells echo from unseen towers. One officer resigned his post. Another, a seasoned radio technician, disappeared during a solo sailing trip in the North Sea. His vessel was found drifting. The only thing missing was him. In recent years, satellite acoustic buoys have picked up similar sounds, still in the same region. But now, the pattern is shifting. Sometimes the bells chime 4 times, sometimes 5. The intervals remain precise, as if guided by a metronome buried beneath the sea. And then there are the anomalies. Whale pods that refuse to cross the area, despite migratory patterns that would send them directly through it. Dead zones where electrical systems on vessels flicker and reset, but recover after they pass through. Diversions logged in modern GPS data, where automated ships subtly adjust course without crew command, as if something beneath the water gently pulls them offline, then lets them go. Oceanographers no longer discuss the silent ring openly. When questioned, officials say the bells are acoustic illusions caused by temperature shifts or volcanic echo. But those who've heard the sound, those who've stood on the deck in the dead of night and felt something listening, tell a different story. They say it's not the sea that rings the bells, it's what lies beneath, waiting, still hidden, still singing. Part 5. The ship that waits there is a stretch of water south of Greenland, along a forgotten trade route once traveled by Norse explorers, where the fog seems to linger longer than it should. Not the fast-moving mist that dances over the waves, but a dense still curtain that can sit for days unmoving. It drapes itself across the ocean like a shroud, dulling the sky, muting sound, and swallowing ships whole. Locals in coastal villages don't give it a name, but sailors speak in hushed tones of a vessel that drifts just beyond the veil. A ship that never docks, never calls for help, never alters course. A ship they call the Bellwether. The earliest account of the Bellwether dates back to 1789, when a Danish merchant ship, the Jubilee, reported a strange encounter during a fog-bound passage. According to the captain's log, they saw lights through the haze, dim and yellow, like oil lanterns swaying in the night. Thinking it was another vessel caught in the same storm, they signaled with lanterns. But the lights did not respond. They simply remained at a fixed distance, following the Jubilee for almost 3 hours. When the fog finally lifted, nothing was there. No sails, no ship, just open water. That same week, one of the crew went missing. His hammock was still warm, the ropes tied neatly, as if he'd simply stepped away. He never returned. Over the next century, more stories emerged. A schooner captain saw a black-rigged frigate floating silent through the fog, her sails motionless, though no wind stirred them. A whaling vessel reported the same thing 50 years later, only this time, they said the ship moved against the wind, gliding across the water as if pushed by an unseen force. Always the same silhouette, always in silence, always wrapped in fog. The Bellwether. But it wasn't until the 1920s that the stories took on a stranger tone. That was when the Wendell Ray, an American scientific trawler collecting deep-sea sediment samples, vanished off the coast of Greenland. No distress calls were made, no wreckage was found, the ship was simply gone. But 11 days later, a British fishing vessel spotted something adrift near the same coordinates. It was the Wendell Ray, floating, empty, but untouched. The hull showed no signs of damage. The food in the galley was still warm. The crew's boots were stacked neatly by the stern door. All 21 men were gone. The only clue was found inside the captain's quarters. A short message, scrawled in charcoal across the cabin wall. She waits in the stillness. Don't look at her lights. The authorities retrieved the vessel and quietly buried the story. They blamed icebergs, poor visibility, mass disorientation, but none of the explanations made sense. There were no storm logs, no signs of impact, and the final logbook entry was time-stamped exactly 4 minutes before the ship was discovered, 11 days after it had disappeared. Decades passed. Then in 1971, the bellwether was spotted again, this time by the crew of the Soviet research ship Asimov 3. The sighting was detailed in a classified Soviet Navy report, later declassified after the fall of the USSR. The Asimov was conducting oceanographic measurements when they encountered what they described as a vessel from another century, sitting dead in the water, shrouded in a stationary fog bank. Radar showed nothing, but the ship was visible to the naked eye. The Soviets hailed the vessel over radio. No response. 2 officers boarded a small dinghy to investigate. They reached the ghostly frigate, climbed its rope ladder, and vanished. No splash, no struggle, just silence. When the dinghy began drifting back toward the Asimov, empty, they cut the line and retreated. Before they lost sight of the ship, the fog bank shifted, and one of the crew claimed to see someone standing on the deck, a figure dressed in oilskins, unmoving, watching. The ship then turned, without wind, without power, and began to move away. It faded into the mist and was gone. From that moment on, the Soviets began calling it the ship that waits. Not a ghost ship, not a derelict, something else, something that lingered for a reason. In 1989, an American satellite captured a thermal anomaly near the same region, an oddly shaped heat signature, moving across the surface of the ocean. It resembled no known vessel. The shape was too narrow, too long, and the movement didn't match any current or wind direction. Attempts to intercept it failed. Aircraft sent to locate it found only dense fog and electrical interference that rendered instruments useless. But perhaps the most unsettling account came in 2003, when a freelance diver named Julian Mercer posted a strange story to a maritime exploration forum. Mercer had been traveling with a private expedition team, mapping uncharted ridges near the mid-Atlantic ridge. During a sonar sweep, their equipment registered what appeared to be a large vessel resting on the seafloor, 300 feet down. The coordinates matched an old shipping lane, now abandoned. Intrigued, Mercer dove. Visibility was poor. The light from the surface barely reached the wreck, but what he saw chilled him. The ship was intact. Wood, not steel, still whole, as if it had simply sunk yesterday. But there was no decay, no corrosion. The masts were still upright. The sails, impossibly, were still there, folded tight against the spars, and carved into the side of the hull, he claimed, was the word bellwether. Mercer tried to film, but his equipment failed. The camera froze. The audio scrambled. He surfaced in a panic, and hours later, refused to return to the site. He left the expedition 2 days later, and never spoke of it again. The forum post vanished within a week. So what is the bellwether? Some say it's a ship caught between worlds, sailing through folds in time where lost vessels drift forever. Others believe it is an echo of something deeper, something ancient, a warning, a marker, a presence that waits not for people, but for conditions. And when they are right, when the fog settles, it appears again, watching. The legends say you must never follow the lights, never approach when the air goes still, and if you hear a bell in the fog, do not answer it. Because the bellwether isn't lost. It knows exactly where it is, and it waits. Part 6. The abyss that swallowed Atlantis. There is a place in the Atlantic Ocean that sailors have feared for generations, a triangle of water connecting Miami, Bermuda, and San Juan, Puerto Rico. A region so infamous it has earned a name known around the world, the Bermuda Triangle. Stories of vanished aircraft, ghost ships, and strange magnetic anomalies have turned this stretch of ocean into one of the most mythologized places on Earth. But beneath the folklore and exaggeration lies a deeper mystery, one rarely spoken of, whispered only in corners of old maritime circles and buried in forgotten research. Not about what vanishes in the triangle, but what may lie beneath it. In 2001, a team of Canadian oceanographers, led by Paulina Zalitsky, was conducting sonar scans off the western coast of Cuba, mapping the seafloor in preparation for an underwater cable installation. Their equipment registered something unexpected, sharp geometric shapes at a depth of over 2,000 feet. Thinking it might be a sunken shipwreck, they adjusted their instruments for closer resolution. But what the images revealed was not a vessel. It was an entire city. The structures captured by sonar were vast and complex. Symmetrical blocks, pyramidal formations, wide corridors, massive stone slabs arranged in patterns too ordered to be natural. Some structures appeared to have archways and steps. One area even resembled a central plaza surrounded by what looked like crumbling pillars. It was as if an entire metropolis had been carved from stone and then dropped into the deep. But there were no known ancient cities in that part of the Caribbean, nothing from recorded history to explain what they were seeing, and the depth, over half a mile underwater, defied logic. Sea levels had not been that low in at least 10,000 years. The discovery triggered a brief flurry of interest. News outlets picked up on the story. Headlines spoke of a possible underwater Atlantis. But almost as quickly as the buzz appeared, it vanished. The Cuban government halted further dives. The research was never fully published, and the site, whose coordinates were never officially released, faded into obscurity. But in private circles, the footage survived. Grainy video clips, smuggled out by anonymous crew members, began to circulate. In them you can see the submersible's lights sweep across massive stone faces, walls too straight, edges too sharp. The ocean floor around them is undisturbed, covered in a fine layer of silt, suggesting the structures had been there for centuries, maybe even millennia. Zalitsky herself would later speak cautiously about what they found. She never called it Atlantis, but she did suggest the city was built by an ancient civilization whose existence had never been documented. A society that may have lived thousands of years before the oldest known cities in Mesopotamia or Egypt. She pointed to legends passed down in Mesoamerican and Caribbean cultures, stories of gods and giants, of lands swallowed by the sea. In one interview, she hinted that the structures may have been flooded during a massive seismic event, one powerful enough to reshape the seafloor. But when asked to return for more scans, she declined, not because of danger, because she was warned not to. Who warned her, she never said. But this was not the only clue. In the early 1970s, a marine biologist named Dr. Isaac LaRocque had been studying the migratory patterns of deep-sea creatures near the same region. While monitoring acoustic signals from the seabed, he detected strange rhythmic pulses, low, almost seismic, but repeating like a coded frequency. They came from the same depth as the Cuban structures and echoed outward in perfect intervals. He recorded the signals for 3 nights. Then they stopped. 2 weeks later, his underwater recording device imploded, not from pressure, but from a sudden surge of electromagnetic interference. The wiring was fused, the memory cores were wiped. LaRocque filed a formal report with the US Navy. They declined to investigate. But there is more. Accounts going back to the 15th century describe strange islands that appeared and vanished in this part of the Atlantic. Christopher Columbus himself wrote in his journals about fireballs streaking across the sky and compasses spinning wildly. In one entry, he mentioned a patch of ocean where the sea seemed hollow, the water darker, heavier. Sailors reported hearing what they called the hum beneath the waves, a droning metallic tone that vibrated through their hulls and into their bones. Some said it made them sick, others claimed it caused them to dream. The ancient Greeks told of a continent that once existed beyond the Pillars of Hercules, Atlantis, a land rich with power and knowledge, destroyed in a single day and night of earthquakes and floods. Plato claimed the story was real. Most historians dismissed it as metaphor. But what if Atlantis didn't sink near the Bermuda Triangle, but into it? One theory suggests that the area is not merely geological, it is energetic. That beneath the seafloor lies a massive reservoir of piezoelectric crystal formations, capable of distorting magnetic fields when struck by seismic activity. If an advanced civilization had once harnessed those forces tapping into the Earth's magnetic grid, they might have triggered their own downfall. A few scientists have speculated that the structures found off Cuba resemble ancient energy conductors, resonant chambers designed to focus frequencies through ocean water. If true, then the imploded devices, the sound patterns, the disoriented pilots, even the disappearing ships, they may not be random at all. They may be echoes of a system that still functions, partially erratically, triggered by unknown factors. A system that was meant to power a civilization, but buried itself when the ocean rose to reclaim it. Or maybe, as some researchers have darkly suggested, it chose to go under. The question then becomes what lies inside those stone corridors. Are they hollow? Are they sealed? If opened, would they reveal ancient artifacts or awaken something long thought drowned? The truth is, no one knows, and no official expeditions have returned to the site since the early 2000s. Some say it's due to politics, others say it's fear, but there are divers, and still alive in the dreams of the ocean. Part 7. The Silent Fleet Beneath the Sea. There's a stretch of ocean south of the Azores where maps show nothing of, and where any ordinary submersible would go, you might stumble upon something few believe, and fewer still speak about. A silent armada resting on the ocean floor, not wrecks, not ruins, but intact vessels, hundreds of them, lined up as if awaiting orders. It began in 1989, when a deep-sea mining company from Norway dispatched a series of exploratory drones to survey the seabed near the mid-Atlantic ridge. They were searching for polymetallic nodules, valuable mineral formations that accumulate over thousands of years. The region was promising, with vast swaths of untouched ocean floor. But as the drones began their descent, something strange happened. Several of the remote feeds went dark mid-transmission, not due to pressure failure or signal disruption, but interference, static distortion, and then silence. 2 of the drones were recovered, their data logs corrupted, their casings covered in a thin layer of fine metallic dust that had no business being there, and no identifiable source. Curious, the crew sent one final drone, this one outfitted with infrared sensors and high-frequency sonar. What it captured would haunt them forever. At a depth of nearly 5,000 meters, the drone's sonar began returning anomalies, geometric shapes, straight lines, and then outlines. The unmistakable profiles of ships, dozens at first, then hundreds, arranged in parallel rows as if docked in some invisible harbor. The vessels varied in size and age. Some appeared to be wooden with crumbling hulls and broken masts. Others were metallic, sleek, almost modern, but all shared one feature in common: they were intact, not decayed, not shattered, not scattered like wrecks, just resting, waiting. The footage was quietly sent back to Oslo, but within days the mining operation was halted without explanation. The crew was debriefed, their contracts terminated, and the company shifted focus to Arctic exploration. What happened to the data remains unknown. But a year later, in 1990, a classified NATO exercise in the same region reported unidentified acoustic phenomena and a temporary disruption of compass readings aboard 3 naval vessels. The disruption lasted exactly 11 minutes. When it ended, one ship reported seeing a black shape on the sonar, massive, motionless beneath them. It had the dimensions of a WWOI-era battleship, but no such ship was known to have sunk there, and none were ever found. So what is the Silent Fleet? Some believe the ocean floor in that region is a kind of maritime graveyard, a vortex where ships lost to time and storm are gently deposited by the Atlantic's complex currents. But that doesn't explain the arrangement, the deliberate spacing, the preserved condition, or the presence of vessels that were never reported missing. Others believe the answer lies deeper. There's an old tale from Portuguese fishermen, passed down quietly through generations. They speak of the navios de sombra, the shadow ships. According to the legend, these ships were not built by human hands. They arrive in the night, gliding over water as still as glass, crewed by men with hollow eyes who do not speak. They are said to come from the place where time forgot, and when they vanish they leave no wake. The fishermen say, if you see them you must not follow, you must not signal, you must pretend you saw nothing at all. One academic from Lisbon, Dr. Eva Carril, took an interest in the legend. She believed there might be a connection between the myth and the 1989 mining footage. She tracked down one of the drone engineers, an aging man living alone in Bergen, who reluctantly agreed to meet. He showed her a single still image, printed and faded. In it a metal ship looms beneath a haze of silt and deep-sea shadow. It's clearly not from the 1800s. The hull has smooth curves, like modern naval craft, but there are no markings, no rust, no signs of damage, just a gaping black hole where the bridge should be, a mouth that swallowed sound. Dr. Corregia submitted her findings to a private research journal. 2 months later, she disappeared. Her apartment was found undisturbed, her laptop was open, her tea still warm, but there was no sign of her. Only one thing was missing: the photo. There are also audio anomalies. In 1997, the US National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration recorded a powerful underwater sound from nearly the same region. They called it the bloop. At the time, it was the loudest underwater sound ever captured by hydrophones, so loud it could be heard over 3,000 miles away. Some speculated it was an icequake. Others thought it might be an enormous animal. a species unknown to science. But one researcher, a former Navy acoustician, pointed out something overlooked. The bloop had a harmonic structure, a pulse, almost like an engine warming up, and then it was never heard again. What if the silent fleet isn't just lying there? What if it's sleeping? Another fringe theory, dismissed by most scientists, suggests the ships are not wrecks at all, that they're decoys, constructed to appear as vessels but actually housing something else. The spacing between them, according to this idea, forms a kind of grid, a field of energy capture or containment, like pylons around a reactor or guardians around a prison. A prison for what? No one knows. But divers who have gone too deep near that zone, particularly technical divers in submersibles, report strange sensations. Pressure changes that don't align with depth, sudden drops in temperature, and most unsettling of all, voices, not heard with ears but inside the mind. One diver claimed he heard a child crying, even though he was 5,000 meters down and completely alone. Another swore he heard a voice calling his name, softly, from within the dark hull of one of the vessels. When he returned to the surface, he found a scar on his forearm he didn't have before, a perfect circle. These stories are easy to dismiss. Delusions caused by nitrogen narcosis, isolation, fear. But if the silent fleet is real, if a fleet of intact, unmapped, unclaimed vessels really does lie at the bottom of the Atlantic, then someone put them, or something. And if they're waiting as many now fear, the question is no longer whether we'll find them. It's whether they're waiting to be found or waiting for a signal to rise. Part 8. The black water beneath Antarctica, at the southernmost edge of our world, where the cold is so absolute it can crack steel, and where the sun vanishes for months at a time, lies a place few have dared to explore: the waters beneath the Antarctic ice shelf. Most people imagine Antarctica as nothing more than an endless expanse of frozen white, but hidden beneath its thick glacial crust is a different world entirely. One of pitch-black oceans sealed away for thousands, perhaps even millions of years. And in recent decades, whispers have emerged of something down there, something vast, old, and beyond understanding. It started with a borehole. In 2013, a team of scientists with the Willans Ice Stream Subglacial Access Research Drilling Project, WISARD for short, managed to drill through 800 meters of solid ice, reaching a hidden body of water known as Lake Willans. This was no ordinary lake. Sealed beneath the ice for eons, it had been untouched by sunlight or air since before the rise of civilization. Scientists expected to find simple microbes. What they didn't expect was movement. The first camera probe descended into the borehole in complete silence. Its lights pierced the blackness, revealing water so clear it might as well have been invisible. For a moment, there was nothing, just endless dark. Then a flicker, a flash, a shadow darting past the edge of the light, far too fast for something that deep, that cold. At first, they thought it was a trick of the current, but when it happened again, closer this time, they knew they weren't alone. The footage was inconclusive, blurry, short. The object, whatever it was, moved too fast. But one frame captured something strange. A circular ripple in the sediment at the lake bottom, perfectly formed, as if from suction. Some suggested it was from the probe itself, but the angle was wrong. The ripple had formed behind the probe, not beneath it, as if something had followed, then vanished. That was only the beginning. In the following years, new research stations were established near the Filchner-Ronne ice shelf, where satellite thermal imaging had detected strange fluctuations beneath the ice. Regions that should have remained frozen were warming from below, sometimes spiking in temperature by as much as 30 degrees Fahrenheit over just a few days. There were no signs of volcanic activity, no geothermal faults, just warmth rising from beneath. Some scientists suggested that shifting water currents or changes in pressure might be responsible. Others, more quietly, began to consider a different possibility, that something down there was alive and moving. In 2017, a British team attempted to lower a sensor array into one of these warmed caverns. The first array disappeared entirely, its signal severed just minutes after passing through the ice. They lowered a second one, this time attached to a winch, and managed to retrieve it. The data it brought back was unlike anything they'd ever seen. First, there was the sound, an intermittent rhythmic vibration, not mechanical, not geological, pulsing in the dark at irregular intervals, like a breath. It came and went every few minutes, rising in pitch then vanishing completely. The array had no microphone, but the vibrations had been strong enough to register on its pressure sensors. One technician compared the pattern to the echolocation of a bat, but so deep, so slow, it seemed almost thoughtful. Then came the organic readings. The sensor detected anomalous traces of biological material, complex chains of carbon molecules, far beyond what single-celled organisms should produce. It wasn't proof of life, but it wasn't not life either. The results were quietly filed away, buried beneath layers of cautious language and scientific reports. But those who worked on the mission spoke in whispers afterward. They had seen something they weren't ready to explain, something breathing, down in the black water. The region was soon declared off-limits for safety and equipment integrity reasons. Publicly, the excuse was that ice shifts posed a risk to drilling crews. But those close to the project know that wasn't the real reason. Something was down there, something they couldn't identify, and perhaps more alarmingly, something that seemed to be responding to their presence. Then came the event. In late 2019, seismometers in Antarctica recorded a tremor that defied classification. It wasn't tectonic, it wasn't glacial cracking. It came from deep beneath the Weddell Sea, far under the ice shelf, and it reverberated in a way no other recorded event had before. Instruments miles apart registered the same pattern, a low, steady rumble. It lasted exactly 13 minutes. Afterward, the warmth in the region increased again, and this time, it didn't go back down. A research ship stationed off the coast, the RLV Erebus, reported strange surface disturbances near the ice shelf just days after the tremor. Small upwellings in the water, like breath bubbles, surfaced for hours at regular intervals. But no marine mammals were detected nearby. The bubbles were coming from under the shelf, nearly 2 kilometers thick at that point. Something beneath the ice was exhaling. Then the lights appeared. On January 3, 2020, during a routine satellite flyover, faint bioluminescent pulses were detected under the surface of the ice shelf. Normally, such readings would be dismissed, camera anomalies, or light scatter from aurorae. But these pulses had a pattern. 3 quick flashes, a pause, then one long pulse. The pattern repeated exactly every 22 minutes. Some scientists compared it to deep-sea bioluminescent behavior seen in certain jellyfish species. But jellyfish don't live beneath kilometers of solid ice, and jellyfish don't move in synchronized patterns across dozens of square miles. Yet these pulses were tracked drifting under the shelf, moving slowly, as if migrating. Still, no official explanation was given. By early 2021, rumors of Project Leviathan began to circulate within certain scientific communities. An alleged black-budget operation dedicated to studying whatever now resided beneath the Antarctic ice. Unconfirmed reports from satellite data analysts described tracking a slow pulsing heat signature stretching over 6 miles in length. Some dismissed it as an illusion, heat dispersal through ice creating false patterns. Others whispered the name Leviathan with trembling voices, not as metaphor, but as warning. And if you think this is fiction, remember this: we've only explored a fraction of Antarctica's subglacial lakes. There are over 400 known to exist, and likely many more hidden beneath the ice. Some of them are the size of small countries, completely sealed, completely dark, completely unknown. What lives in water that never sees the sun? What survives where time stands still? In one of the last recorded logs from a Chilean research diver stationed at Union Glacier, there's a short entry, scribbled in shaky handwriting. It reads, "Heard the ice hum last night, like it was breathing." The water beneath us is not still, it's waiting, and that's the terrifying part. We don't know how long it's been waiting, or what happens when it wakes. Part 9. The disappearance of the Cyclops. In the early 20th century, when the world still felt half-dreamt and maps were splashed with blank spaces, the sea was an untamed frontier. The Atlantic in particular held a certain awe, an endless breathing wall of water that separated continents and devoured the unprepared. It was during this era, when radio was still a new invention and seafaring was more art than science, that one of the most unsettling maritime disappearances occurred. A vanishing so complete and baffling that it continues to haunt naval history to this day. The ship was called the USS Cyclops, and it simply vanished. The Cyclops was no frail schooner, no wooden relic at the mercy of a storm. It was a beast over 500 feet long, made of steel, with a coal-black hull and the strength to carry nearly 11,000 tons of cargo. Built to refuel Navy ships across the globe, it was one of the largest ships in the US Navy at the time. It had sailed safely through World War I zones, braved dangerous coasts, and endured rough waters. Its disappearance was not supposed to happen. In March 1918, the Cyclops left the port of Salvador, Brazil, loaded with over 10,000 tons of manganese ore, used to strengthen steel for the war effort. She carried 306 souls, sailors, engineers, stevedores, and civilians. Her destination was Baltimore, Maryland. A long journey, yes, but one the Cyclops had made before. The route she was to take crossed through the heart of the Atlantic, cutting diagonally across what would one day be called the Bermuda Triangle. But that name hadn't yet been coined. No legends, no curses, just open ocean. The Cyclops departed Salvador on February 16th. She made a scheduled stop in Barbados on March 3rd to refuel and resupply. There, the last verifiable sightings of the ship occurred. The crew sent messages, mingled briefly with locals, and prepared for the long journey north. Everything appeared normal. Nothing was out of the ordinary. But after she departed Barbados, the Cyclops was never seen again. No distress calls, no debris, no oil slick, no bodies. She was due in Baltimore by March 13th, and when she failed to appear, the Navy initiated a massive search effort, one of the largest in its history at the time. Ships scoured the waters from the Caribbean to the eastern seaboard. Planes flew overhead, scanning the sea, but nothing was ever found. It was as if the ocean had opened up and swallowed her whole. Theories began to swirl almost immediately. Sabotage was the first suspicion. After all, this was wartime. Some believed German U-boats might have torpedoed the ship, though no enemy submarine activity was ever confirmed in the region at that time. And even if it had been sunk, why was there no wreckage, no life rafts? The Cyclops carried lifeboats for emergency evacuation. None were ever discovered. Another theory emerged: structural failure. The ship had taken on an extremely heavy load of manganese ore, which, if improperly stored, could have destabilized the ship. The Cyclops was already a top-heavy vessel. If the cargo shifted during rough weather, she could have capsized in minutes. But no storms were reported in her last known vicinity, and again there was no trace. Even a catastrophic sinking would have left some sign. Then there were the strange rumors about the ship's captain, George Worley, a man with a stern demeanor and erratic habits. Worley was not well liked among his crew. Some accounts painted him as paranoid, prone to long silences and angry outbursts. Others hinted at discontent among the men, possibly even mutiny. But the Navy never found evidence to support that, and it wouldn't explain the complete erasure of a vessel of that size. The Cyclops was declared officially lost. President Woodrow Wilson, upon hearing the final report, said grimly, "Only God and the sea know what happened to the great ship." That line was echoed in newspapers across the country. But many weren't satisfied with divine mystery. Something deeper felt wrong about the disappearance. It wasn't just a ship that had gone missing. It was as though reality itself had glitched. A steel giant had simply ceased to exist. In the years that followed, the mystery of the Cyclops took on a life of its own. And then, as if cursed, its sister ships vanished too. The Proteus and the Nereus, both near-identical ships built to the same specifications, disappeared under eerily similar circumstances in 1941. Both were carrying heavy ore through the Atlantic. Both vanished without a trace. No wreckage, no distress signals, nothing. It was too much for coincidence. Naval experts began referring to these losses as the Three Sisters, a tragic trilogy bound by silence and sea. Eventually, the name Bermuda Triangle would emerge, coined decades later by writers searching for patterns in oceanic anomalies. The Cyclops became one of the Triangle's first great mysteries. But even beyond that lore, the facts remain chilling. The ship never arrived, no clue was ever found, and over 300 souls were lost to time. Modern theories have tried to explain the disappearance using newer science. Some suggest methane hydrates, pockets of explosive gas trapped beneath the seafloor, could have erupted and destabilized the water around the ship, causing sudden sinkage. But this remains speculative. Others propose magnetic anomalies interfering with navigation, though the Cyclops had no record of mechanical distress before. There's even a whisper of something stranger. One surviving letter from a sailor stationed in Brazil, dated just days before the Cyclops left port, references a local legend. It speaks of a deep-sea trench off the coast of the northern Atlantic, a place where the currents swirl unnaturally and compasses fail, a place the locals called a Boca do Mar, the mouth of the sea. The letter describes warnings from old fishermen, claiming ships that crossed a certain invisible line never returned. At the time it was dismissed as sailor superstition, but perhaps the ocean keeps better memory than we do. The USS Cyclops is still listed in naval records as presumed lost at sea, cause unknown. It remains the single largest non-combat loss of life in US Navy history, and to this day the shipwreck has never been located. Somewhere beneath thousands of feet of water, the hull of the Cyclops may still rest in silence, entombed in darkness, far from any shipping route. Or perhaps there is nothing to find at all. No wreck, no bones, just the echo of a story that never fully ends. A steel colossus gone without a sound, a ripple in time that swallowed 306 people and left behind nothing but questions. The sea, after all, does not give back what it takes. Part 10. The Vanishing Lighthouse Keepers of Eerie and Muir. On a windswept isle off the rugged western coast of Scotland, far from the warm waters of the tropics or the giant trenches of the Pacific, there stands a place with a mystery as haunting and complete as any that haunts the sea. This is the Flannan Isles, a chain of rocky, barren outposts perched on the edge of the Atlantic. Cold, remote, and battered by relentless storms, they are almost uninhabitable. And yet, in the late 1800s, one of these islands, Eerie and Muir, was chosen as the site of a lighthouse. Built to protect ships from the jagged rocks and swirling fog that plagued the region, the Flannan Isles Lighthouse would go on to become the center of one of the most enduring disappearances in maritime history. The story begins in December 1900, just 1 year after the lighthouse first became operational. At the time, lighthouses were manned by teams of keepers, men who lived on site for weeks at a time, maintaining the lamp, recording weather conditions, and keeping the structure in working order. At Eerie and Muir, 3 men had been assigned to this rotation: Thomas Marshall, James Ducat, and Donald MacArthur. All 3 were experienced, dependable, and well suited to the grim isolation of their post. But by the end of that month, all 3 would be gone. On December 15, 1900, the steamer Archtor was traveling from Philadelphia to Leith, Scotland. As it approached the western coast, the crew noticed something strange. The Flannan Isles Lighthouse, which should have been clearly visible in the distance, was dark. No beam of light pierced the heavy night, no signal warned passing vessels. The Archtor logged this detail and reported it upon docking, but bad weather prevented an immediate investigation. It wasn't until December 26, 11 days later, that a relief vessel, the Hesperus, was able to make the crossing to Eerie and Muir to investigate. The captain of the Hesperus, along with a replacement keeper named Joseph Moore, arrived at the base of the lighthouse in the early morning. Even before reaching the door, something felt off. The landing was quiet, eerily so. The air was heavy with sea spray and wind, but the usual signs of life were absent. No one emerged to greet them. No movement, no signal, not even a flicker of light through the windows. They ascended the steep, craggy path to the lighthouse, calling out as they went, but no voices responded. The door to the main building was locked from the inside, and when it was forced open, what they found deepened the strangeness. Inside the lighthouse, everything was perfectly in place. The beds were neatly made. The table was set for a meal. The clock had stopped, frozen at a specific moment. 2 of the 3 heavy oilskin coats were missing, but one remained hanging on the hook by the door. This implied that one of the men, most likely Donald MacArthur, had left in a hurry, without even pausing to dress against the brutal elements outside. There were no signs of a struggle, no blood, no damage, just silence. The logs in the lighthouse were reviewed next. The last official entry was dated December 13th, 2 days before the lighthouse went dark. In it, the keeper Thomas Marshall noted a massive storm. He described severe winds the likes of which I have never seen before, and said James Ducat had been very quiet. He also noted that Donald MacArthur had been crying, strange behavior, as MacArthur was known to be a hardened former soldier. The next day's entry read, "Storm still raging, sea and wind continue to lash the island." Prayers said. And then, nothing. No final log, no explanation, just an empty page and an empty lighthouse. An immediate search of the island was ordered. The western landing used for bringing supplies and equipment was badly damaged. Heavy ropes had been torn from their storage bins and scattered across the rocks. An iron railing had been bent and twisted out of place, as though some great force had torn through the station. A large storage crate, once anchored in concrete, had been dislodged and shattered. One theory began to form: perhaps the keepers had been caught in the storm, trying to secure the landing site, and were swept away by a rogue wave. The Atlantic, after all, is infamous for its unpredictability. But this theory had problems. For one, no storm was recorded in the area on December 15th, the day the light went out. The violent winds referenced in the log were real, on the 12th and 13th, but weather reports indicated that the 14th and 15th were calm. A ship as far away as the Archdor had reported clear skies. How then could a freak wave have taken 3 men at once during fair weather? Then there was the matter of the remaining oilskin coat. Why would MacArthur have run out without protection, especially if he knew a storm was raging? Was he trying to help the others? Had he seen something? And if all 3 were outside the lighthouse, who had locked the door from the inside? In the weeks that followed, theories multiplied. Some were mundane: a wave, a fall, an accident. Others were more unsettling. There were rumors of a fight. MacArthur perhaps had snapped under the isolation and turned violent. But again, no blood was found, and all evidence inside the lighthouse suggested normalcy. Then there were the more supernatural theories. The island, remote and ancient, had long been the subject of local folklore. Older sailors avoided its waters, claiming the rocks were cursed. There were whispers of sea spirits, beings said to lure men from safety into the waves. Some pointed to the log entries about prayers and crying, suggesting the men had seen something they could not explain. One popular tale claimed they had been taken by the sea god, who guards the western coast. But the official record settled on accidental death by misadventure, a tragic but natural loss, the report said. 3 men, taken by the sea. Still, the mystery has never been solved. No bodies were ever recovered. No sign of the men ever surfaced. And the details, the calm weather, the locked door, the final log, have remained like tiny anchors lodged in the minds of investigators and storytellers for more than a century. The lighthouse continued operation after the disappearance, manned by a new rotation of keepers, but a shadow lingered. Reports circulated for years afterward of strange sounds echoing off the cliffs, of sudden gales rising from still skies, of footsteps in the stone corridors of the tower when no one was above. In 1971, the lighthouse was fully automated, and human keepers were removed from the island forever. Now it stands alone, its great lamp sweeping across the sea with tireless precision. There are no more logbooks, no more meals on the table, no more oilskin coats on the hooks. But the story of what happened on Isle and Mole remains, a wound in time, a question with no answer. 3 men, bound to the Atlantic by duty, lost to it in silence. The lighthouse still shines, but the men who once kept it lit are gone. Part 11. Hugh, the endless toll of the Baltic Sea. Anomaly beneath the frigid waters of the northern Baltic Sea, where icy currents flow between Sweden and Finland, lies an object that defies conventional understanding. It isn't a ghost ship or a sunken city. It isn't part of known history, or even myth. But ever since its discovery in 2011, the so-called Baltic Sea anomaly has haunted researchers, divers, and skeptics alike. Shaped like a perfect disc, textured with lines and sharp angles that some claim resemble machine-made architecture, it sits quietly on the seafloor, mute, unmoving, unexplained. Some say it's a relic from an ancient civilization. Others whisper that it's something extraterrestrial. And yet, like all good sea mysteries, the deeper one dives into the facts, the more elusive the truth becomes. The story begins with a team of Swedish treasure hunters. They called themselves Ocean Decks, and their goal was simple: find old wrecks in the Baltic, salvage artifacts, and sell what they recovered to collectors and museums. It was difficult work. The Baltic is not a gentle sea. The water is dark, clouded by centuries of runoff. Visibility is poor, temperatures bone-chilling, and storms roll in with little warning. But the low salinity of the water has preserved many ships far longer than they would have survived elsewhere, making it an ideal hunting ground for experienced divers. In June 2011, the Ocean X team was scanning the seabed between Sweden and Finland using side-scan sonar, a device that creates images of the seafloor by bouncing sound waves off it and analyzing the reflections. What they saw in one of those scans stopped them cold. It was a perfect circle, about 60 meters in diameter, resting at a depth of roughly 90 meters. But it wasn't just the shape. The sonar image showed peculiar textures, ridges, smooth surfaces, even what appeared to be steps or ramps. At first glance, it looked artificial, constructed. Some team members described it as resembling the Millennium Falcon from Star Wars, half buried in the sediment. Others said it looked like the top of a submerged structure, long hidden beneath the sea. Curious and cautious, the team returned with diving gear and remote-operated vehicles. They descended slowly into the freezing depths. As they approached the anomaly, the water grew inexplicably cloudy, filled with fine particles that made visibility almost impossible, even with strong lights. The divers later reported strange technical failures, cameras shutting off, lights flickering, sonar malfunctioning. Instruments that worked perfectly moments before the dive were suddenly useless the moment they neared the object. Still, they managed to get close enough to observe it directly. The anomaly, they claimed, was not a rock. It had unnatural features. Straight edges, walls, what appeared to be a long flat runway extending away from the main formation. The stone, if it was stone, was unlike surrounding formations. It was dark, coarse, and emitted what they described as a faint magnetic disturbance. Some divers said their compasses spun wildly. Others claimed a strange hum could be felt through the water, not heard but sensed, as though something beneath the surface was not entirely dormant. They gathered samples, sent them to labs. The results were ambiguous. The materials were largely basalt-like, volcanic rock. But here was the problem. There is no known volcanic activity in that region of the Baltic Sea. None. The seafloor in this area is primarily sedimentary, shaped by glacial movement during the last ice age, not magma or lava flows. So how did a massive circular volcanic-looking object end up at the bottom of this sea? The scientific community, understandably, was skeptical. Sonar images can be distorted. The anomaly, some argued, could be nothing more than an unusual rock formation, perhaps a glacial deposit shaped by melting ice sheets. When glaciers retreat, they sometimes leave behind oddly shaped debris, known as moraines, or smooth boulders called glacial erratics. Others proposed that the structure was a product of sediment sliding down underwater slopes, piling up in unnatural-looking ways. But none of those explanations fully satisfied the observers. The scale, shape, and sharp angles of the Baltic Sea anomaly remained too precise, too symmetrical, too out of place. Some even suggested it was a shipwreck, but no known ship in history would match the geometry of what they had seen. There were no wooden beams, no metal hull, no anchors, no cargo, just this massive featureless bulk. A disk, silent and isolated, resting alone in the blackness. This is where the theories turned stranger. Some claimed the object could be an ancient artifact, perhaps the remnants of a megalithic structure from a prehistoric culture swallowed by the sea before recorded time. Others took a more speculative route. They proposed the object was a UFO, a craft that crashed into the Baltic thousands of years ago, embedding itself in the sediment and erasing all signs of its arrival. The magnetic disturbances, the electronics failing, the unexplainable materials, all fed this idea. It was thrilling, but as always, impossible to prove. Complicating matters further was the growing sense of secrecy around the anomaly. Ocean X, initially open about their findings, became more guarded over time. Funding was scarce, and missions to return to the site were expensive. Some critics accused the team of exaggeration to attract publicity. Others countered that their strange experiences, equipment failure, the presence of a no-go electronic field, made returning dangerous or even impossible. There were reports that the surrounding seabed had marks, drag lines, leading toward the anomaly, as if the object had once moved or landed there. One diver claimed to have seen a perfectly round hole nearby, deep and empty, like a socket or impact point. But without conclusive video or third-party verification, it all remained speculative. The deeper the mystery, the more theories emerged. What's most unsettling, perhaps, is that the Baltic Sea anomaly still sits there today, untouched, unstudied, half forgotten. A strange formation in a dark, cold place where few dare to go. It is not a legend from the past, nor a story obscured by myth. It is something real, something now, something discoverable. Yet no one has returned with enough clarity to say exactly what it is. For now, it remains nameless, rootless, a question resting beneath the waves. If it is a natural formation, it is unlike anything else in the region. If it is man-made, it dates back further than any known human presence in the Baltic. And if it is something else entirely, we may never know. The sea is good at keeping its secrets, and perhaps this one was meant to stay where it lies, in the dark, in the cold, guarded by silence and time. Part 12. The Forgotten Lighthouse of the Silent Shoals, far off the windswept coasts of Nova Scotia, where the Atlantic pounds endlessly against jagged cliffs and the sea mist drapes the world in grey. There once stood a lighthouse that few remember and even fewer ever saw. It wasn't famous, it wasn't grand, its name wasn't carved into maritime history, and no romanticized paintings of it hang in galleries. Yet for nearly 40 years, the North Shoal Light warned passing vessels of the shifting sandbars that snared ships like skeletal hands rising from the depths. And then in 1963, it went silent. No storm took it, no war claimed it. One day it was there, the next it wasn't. What followed was an investigation so sparse in answers and so thick in speculation that to this day, local sailors refer to it not by its name, but simply as the Vanishing Watcher. The North Shoal Light was never easy to reach. Located on a submerged sandbar known for changing shape with the tides, it stood over 30 miles from the nearest port. Built in 1924, it was a skeletal iron structure raised on deep steel piles, driven into the seabed with great effort. The sea around it was notoriously unpredictable. Dense fogs rolled in like blankets dropped from the sky, often without warning. The currents were wild, crisscrossed by unseen trenches and shifting underwater ridges that could tilt a boat with no explanation. Only the most experienced captains dared approach during rough weather, and even in calm seas, sailors spoke of strange readings, compasses swinging just a few degrees too far, depth gauges misbehaving, and on some nights, faint lights flickering in the mist where no ships were reported. The lighthouse was manned by two-person teams, rotated every 4 weeks. The living quarters were cramped but functional. Steel beds, a radio, a logbook, a coal stove for heat, water barrels lined the walls, and tinned food was stocked for the month. It was isolated, yes, but not unlivable. The keepers, often older men who sought the quiet or younger ones looking for a paycheck and peace, were generally content. There was a system, and it worked until the winter of 1963. That December, 2 keepers, James Harron and Dale Whitlow, were assigned to the North Shoal Light. Harron was seasoned, a quiet man in his early 50s who had served on nearly every lighthouse up the Canadian coast. Whitlow was young, 24, a recent hire from inland Ontario who had never seen the ocean before he took the job. They were dropped off by supply boat on December 3rd, with fair weather expected and a scheduled pickup on January 2nd. The usual, but by the end of the month, the lighthouse had gone completely dark. At first, it was assumed to be a routine failure. Radio silence wasn't uncommon in rough weather, and lights could go out due to power issues or storms. But when the supply vessel arrived on January 2nd, they saw nothing. No beam, no signal. As the crew approached, they found the tower still standing, but quiet, dead. The structure looked intact, but when the rescue team boarded, they found something far stranger than a simple malfunction. The entire top chamber, the lantern room, was empty. The massive Fresnel lens was gone. Not shattered, not damaged, gone. Removed with no trace. It would have taken several men and heavy equipment to disassemble and transport such a lens, and even then, the logistics of carrying it down through the narrow stairs and off the platform into the sea were baffling. There were no signs of forced entry, no scarring on the bolts, just an empty chamber where the great eye of the lighthouse should have been. Inside the living quarters, the story only grew stranger. The beds were made, the food stores were untouched. The logbook ended on December 17th, its last line reading, "Lights in the mist again. They aren't moving." There was no entry after that, no farewell, no sign of panic. A radio transmission had been made on the 18th according to coastal records, but it was brief, unclear, and cut off mid-sentence. No follow-up call was attempted. Most unsettling of all were the boots. On the outer platform, at the railing overlooking the water, 2 pairs of boots were found, neatly placed side by side, facing the sea. No footprints, no blood, no scratches, just boots. Empty, waiting. Theories flooded in. Some believed the 2 men had gone mad, taken by isolation, and simply walked into the water. But if so, why leave their boots behind? And what about the missing lens? Others suggested piracy or sabotage, but no ships had been logged near the area and no signs of struggle or theft were present. The idea of a rogue wave was floated. Perhaps a massive swell had struck, sweeping the men into the sea. But again, the lens was gone, carefully removed, not knocked free, and no storm had been reported at the time. Eventually, the investigation was closed. The official report listed the cause as unknown disappearance, presumed lost at sea. But the silence around the case spoke louder than the findings. Families were given no clear answers. The light station was decommissioned and abandoned just 2 months later, left to rust and rot in the cold Atlantic wind. Today, few know the story outside of maritime circles, where it is still told in low voices during long voyages. Some say the area is cursed, that the shifting shoals hide something ancient beneath them. Others insist the light was never meant to shine there, and that nature, or something older than nature, took it back. Fishermen passing near the ruins sometimes report strange sights. Pale flashes just under the water, a low hum that vibrates through their hulls at night. And occasionally, they swear they see a light beam, a soft ghostly shimmer sweeping across the sea in the dead of night, coming from nowhere, as if the tower is still watching. But there is no tower, just the wind, the shoals, and the memory of a light that once burned quietly in the coldest reaches of the Atlantic, then vanished without a trace. The sea as always remembers, but it does not explain. Part 13. The echoes beneath Lake Vostok. Though it lies buried beneath over 2 miles of Antarctic ice, Lake Vostok is not a sea in the traditional sense. It has no crashing waves, no windswept shores, no tides that lap gently against the land, but it is an ocean in spirit, a vast hidden world of water sealed away for millions of years, untouched by sunlight, shielded from the surface by ancient ice. And what has stirred beneath that ice has become one of the most whispered about mysteries in modern science. Not because of what we know, but because of what we don't. Strange magnetic anomalies, inexplicable seismic echoes, and whisperings of life, complex, unknown, and utterly isolated, have turned this buried lake into a deep frozen enigma that may hold secrets far older than humanity itself. Lake Vostok stretches roughly 160 miles beneath Antarctica's eastern ice sheet, a liquid sea trapped under a frozen tomb. It's one of the largest subglacial lakes in the world, with a surface area comparable to Lake Ontario. Yet for most of human history, its existence was unknown. The lake was first suspected in the 1960s, but it wasn't until the 1990s that satellite radar confirmed it, an enormous body of fresh water, warmed not by the sun, but by geothermal heat from below, and the immense pressure of the ice above. In this pitch-black, high-pressure environment, time seems suspended. The water hasn't seen the surface in over 15 million years. That's 15 million years without wind, without sunlight, without even a ripple to break its eternal calm. The Russian Vostok research station, perched almost directly above the lake, became the center of attention in the early 2000s. With drilling technology improving and international interest growing, the Russians embarked on a mission unlike any other to breach the frozen barrier and tap into the untouched waters below. But from the beginning, strange things began to happen. Before the drill ever reached the lake, scientific teams noted powerful magnetic anomalies directly above its center, far stronger than any other readings in the surrounding Antarctic terrain. These magnetic fluctuations couldn't be explained by simple geological variations. Something below was emitting a magnetic signature different from bedrock or ice, as if a metallic mass or something else lay embedded deep beneath the lake. It didn't help that seismographic sensors occasionally picked up faint tremors beneath Vostok. These weren't tectonic earthquakes. They were short, strange pulses, like movements, like something stirring in the dark. In 2012, after decades of effort, the Russian team finally broke through the ice and reached the surface of Lake Vostok. Immediately, things grew more mysterious. The samples recovered from the first borehole were unexpected. The water contained traces of gas concentrations unlike those on the surface, but more notably, it appeared to hold the remnants of microbial life. This was staggering. A closed ecosystem, sealed away for millions of years, may have harbored living organisms entirely separate from the evolutionary track of surface life. Initial reports suggested unfamiliar DNA sequences, possibly representing entirely new forms of life. Then suddenly, the findings stopped being released. There was no formal announcement of alien organisms, nor of microbial life forms that rewrote the rules of biology. But something about the tone changed. Interviews were cancelled. Reports were delayed or redacted. The official line was simple: no conclusive discoveries, further testing needed. But behind the scenes, a whisper campaign began. Scientists working nearby spoke of unease, of strange audio recordings captured near the borehole, low pulsing tones rising and falling in rhythm, unlike any known natural sound. Equipment failures increased, instruments malfunctioned. Radio signals experienced intermittent distortion. One particularly unsettling account came from a member of the drilling team, who reportedly heard what he described as a mechanical hum resonating through the drill line during one late-night shift. He claimed it was as if something was vibrating, not the ice, but the lake itself. A vibration not from geological activity, but from within the water. His report never made it into the official logs. Then came the odd disappearance of data. In 2014, a significant portion of the recorded readings from Lake Vostok were reportedly lost due to equipment damage. The loss was blamed on a malfunction during the transport of hard drives from the Antarctic base to Moscow. But skeptics questioned how such critical information, gathered at enormous expense and effort, could be so casually erased. And then came the rumors of divers. This was never publicly confirmed, but multiple sources have claimed that after the borehole stabilized, a small Russian submersible team was sent down the shaft in a pressurized capsule to make direct contact with the lake. These rumors claim the mission lasted several hours, and that what was found below changed the nature of the project forever. No photos were ever released. No names confirmed, but one whisper remains that what they found beneath the ice was listening. Some theorists argue that the magnetic anomalies suggest not just geological activity, but the presence of something artificial. A structure perhaps. One hypothesis posits that Lake Vostok may be sitting atop or adjacent to some kind of ancient buried ruin. It would not be the first time strange geometric formations were discovered beneath Antarctic ice. Satellite imagery has revealed hexagonal and linear anomalies across various regions. Most are dismissed as natural formations. But what if Vostok's magnetic signature is something else? Not rock, but metal, not random, but designed. Others point toward an even stranger theory, that the lake itself is alive. That the pulses, hums and magnetic fields are not evidence of a creature, but of the lake functioning as a kind of planetary organ, a living system, separate from but connected to the Earth's deep internal processes. An organism or intelligence that exists at a scale we don't yet understand. To this day, no one knows exactly what lies at the bottom of Lake Vostok. Access to the borehole has been restricted. The Russian team ceased public exploration shortly after their initial success, and while new projects have been proposed, little concrete data has emerged. Perhaps there's nothing there but dark, ancient water and hardy microbes, or perhaps there is something else, something waiting. What's known is this: no other place on Earth is quite like it. A lightless ocean, locked beneath the coldest continent, where time and life may have followed a different path entirely. The echoes beneath Lake Vostok may be natural, or they may be the heartbeat of something we haven't yet met. Something vast, something cold, something hidden beneath 2 miles of silence, and perhaps it is better that way. Part 14. The Vanishing Submarine of the Baltic Deep. In the cold waters of the Baltic Sea, a strange tale emerged from the depths, one that remains unresolved, and perhaps purposefully obscured. It is the story of a vessel that should never have vanished, of signals that should never have stopped, and of a mystery that cuts across national lines and rational explanations. The event was brief but haunting, a modern submarine, lost not in wartime, not during conflict, but in an eerie stillness, on a calm patrol where it simply ceased to be tracked. What followed was not only a disappearance, but a confusion of data, silence from the sea floor, and echoes, soft repeated pulses, rising from where the wreckage should have been, but wasn't. The Baltic Sea has long been a stage for secret operations and whispered events, hemmed in by powerful nations and rich with Cold War history. It's a place where sonar is always listening and navies are always watching. But in 2014, a quiet Swedish military operation took a strange turn when reports surfaced of unidentified underwater activity. At first, the reports were dismissed: faint sonar echoes, barely discernible patterns, minor disturbances in the seafloor. But then came the calls. Fishermen, merchant ships, even recreational sailors began to report a strange signal coming from beneath the water. Deep, rhythmic pulses, so perfectly spaced they seemed artificial. As Swedish authorities investigated, they traced the signal to an area northeast of Stockholm. What they found, or claimed to find, was evidence of a submerged vessel, but it wasn't one of theirs. Rumors began to swirl of a foreign submarine operating in Swedish waters. At first, the Swedish Navy believed it to be a Russian incursion, a theory with historical weight, as Cold War-era Russian subs had often skirted dangerously close to Nordic waters. But what came next didn't fit that pattern. Sonar picked up the silhouette of what looked like an old model, an impossibly old model. It resembled a Whiskey-class Soviet submarine, a class decommissioned decades ago. The readings were strange. The vessel didn't respond to hails. It showed no signs of motion. It was perfectly still. So still, in fact, that some radar analysts argued it must be wreckage, a long-forgotten hulk resting on the seafloor. Divers were prepared. Surveillance increased. But within a day, the sonar signature vanished. Gone, completely. A search grid was drawn. Submarines and drones swept the seafloor. Nothing. No wreck, no heat trace, no fuel leak. Not even the shape remained on radar. The sea had simply swallowed the object. What made it even stranger was that in the midst of this, an older incident resurfaced. In 1942, during the height of World War II, a Soviet submarine, the S-7, was reported missing in roughly the same region. The records were sparse, but the last known location of the S-7 placed it near the same northeastern zone of the Baltic where the mysterious signal was detected. The submarine had vanished without distress signals, without wreckage, and without survivors. That incident had long been considered a wartime casualty, struck by a mine or torpedo and lost to the sea. But the sudden appearance of a sonar contact in 2014 that looked strikingly like the S-7's class prompted a disturbing hypothesis. What if it hadn't been destroyed? What if instead it had remained beneath the surface, perfectly preserved, drifting silently for decades? And if so, what caused it to rise, however briefly, and then vanish again? Some dismissed the sighting as a technical anomaly, an illusion created by seafloor topography and misread radar echoes, but the Navy's own response suggested otherwise. Within days, Sweden launched a highly secretive operation in the area, deploying deep-sea listening devices and sonar buoys. None of the results were made public. All that's known is that the signals, those strange pulsing echoes, continued, faint, repeating, and then in early 2015, a leaked communication surfaced. It was an internal memo from a naval analyst reporting that the echo pattern resembled no known propulsion system, but did show signs of cyclical modulation, like a signal, repeating at fixed intervals, almost like code. This raised another possibility. Perhaps it wasn't a submarine at all. Perhaps it was something else, a structure, or even a craft, lying dormant beneath the sea, only occasionally detectable when the conditions were just right. Some began to compare it to the infamous Baltic Sea anomaly, a large, rounded structure discovered by treasure hunters in 2011, which many speculated to be a buried ruin or even an extraterrestrial object. That anomaly, too, was characterized by sonar echoes that made little geological sense. But skeptics urged caution. The sea is a confusing, deceptive place. Currents bend sound, rock formations scatter sonar, and shipwrecks, when they move or break down, can seem to disappear entirely. Still, a nagging question remains: why did the signal repeat? Why did it mimic the sound patterns of a machine, rather than the ambient noises of a shifting wreck? Why was there no wreckage, no oil trace, no debris field, to explain the sudden disappearance? Some believe the answer lies deeper, that the vessel, if it was a vessel, was not from our era at all. One theory suggests it was a prototype, a Cold War project never officially documented, perhaps capable of cloaking or diving deeper than any standard model. But that theory only leads to more questions. Why would it surface in 2014? What caused it to appear on sonar, then vanish so abruptly? And why would its signal, faint, haunting, rhythmic, continue to echo long after its shape was gone? Others believe this is no man-made event at all, that what was seen was a manifestation of something older, deeper, and stranger. Perhaps the Baltic holds more than wrecks. Perhaps it holds memories, echoes of machines long dead, drifting like ghosts in the water, occasionally surfacing in our world before slipping back into silence. The vanishing submarine of the Baltic Deep is a story without a clean ending. No official wreck has ever been tied to the signals. No confirmation has been released. But even now, naval patrols in that region remain unusually dense. Listening buoys are still active, and every so often, the signal returns, soft, mechanical, measured. A voice in the deep that no one can trace. A whisper from a submarine that may have never existed, or one that never truly died. Part 15. The Phantom Diver of the Southern Abyss, far beneath the southern latitudes, where Antarctic waters meet the deepest trenches of the Southern Ocean. A curious and chilling legend has slowly spread among deep-sea researchers and scientific vessels. Unlike the tales of ghost ships or sunken cities, this one is more intimate, personal. It's not about a fleet or a structure or even a wreck. It's about a presence. A single, inexplicable figure that has been glimpsed in the black depths where human eyes are not meant to look. Divers and remotely operated vehicle, ROV teams have reported it in fragments, hushed at first, but with surprising consistency. A shape that resembles a man in full diving gear, moving where no man should be able to survive. Some call it the Phantom Diver. The legend's origin traces back to a 1997 expedition off the southern coast of South Georgia Island, where a multinational research team had deployed an ROV to study the complex topography of the South Sandwich Trench. At a depth of nearly 8,000 meters, the terrain was harsh and alien, resembling a collapsed mountain range torn by seismic pressure. The ROV's camera had been transmitting cleanly for over an hour, documenting bioluminescent organisms and sediment flows, until suddenly, something moved across the screen. It was brief, less than 2 seconds, but unmistakable. A dark silhouette gliding past the frame. At first, the team thought it was a squid or eel, but as they reviewed the footage frame by frame, they saw limbs, 2 arms, 2 legs, an upright torso. The proportions were human. And strangest of all, it was wearing what looked like a helmet, a bubble-like dome that reflected light in a way no natural structure could. The object moved smoothly, almost gracefully, in zero visibility. And then it was gone. Shocked, the scientists hesitated to release the footage. The official log noted instrumental anomaly, and the incident was quietly filed away. But rumors leaked. Soon after, an engineer on the same vessel claimed he'd been monitoring the acoustic channel when he heard what sounded like rhythmic breathing, measured, steady, like a diver's regulator, playing faintly through the hydrophones. It lasted only a minute, but it was captured on the ship's system. When they played it back, the frequency pattern did not match any whale, seal, or known marine mammal, and no human diver could survive at that depth, not for a second. Over the next 2 decades, similar reports began to emerge from unrelated teams. In 2005, a Chilean deep-sea mineral survey team reported a vertical anomaly during a descent near the South Orkney microplate. The ROV operator described it as a human-shaped reflection, drifting head down completely still. The shape vanished before the camera could refocus. In 2009, a New Zealand documentary crew working on a deep-sea special near the Macquarie Ridge captured a flickering glimpse of what they described as a figure crouched on the sea floor, as if observing something. The moment was cut from the final episode. The footage was never aired. By now, the term Phantom Diver had taken root. Not officially, not academically, but in whispers, online forums, closed-door conferences. The figure's sightings were always fleeting, always accompanied by strange acoustic signatures, faint breathing, a low metallic hum, or sometimes nothing at all but a sudden camera failure, an unexplained loss of telemetry. Skeptics, of course, dismissed it as pareidolia, the human tendency to see patterns in chaos. In a field as chaotic as oceanography, it wasn't hard to find shapes that resembled familiar forms. A fish's skeleton could cast a humanoid shadow. A coral formation, when poorly lit, could seem like a crouched body. But these explanations never sat quite right with the teams who had seen it live. One such team was the 2013 German-led Biosub mission, tasked with analyzing microbial life near hydrothermal vents. Their ROV descended to 6,700 meters near the Sandwich Plateau. After 20 minutes of footage, the ROV's sensors picked up a spike in electromagnetic interference. Then came visual distortion, and finally, a shape less than 15 meters ahead. Upright, floating. Still, the ROV's camera zoomed in automatically. For a moment, the image stabilized. The figure turned, the The light from the submersible reflected off what appeared to be glass, then total blackout. When the feed returned, the shape was gone. The instruments had all reset, and the strange interference had vanished. The mission commander later reported that the team remained shaken for days. One technician refused to dive again. No official statement was released, and the footage, according to some sources, was classified under German Maritime Defense Authority. The phantom diver was now something more than just a ghost story. As reports grew, so did the theories. One idea suggested that the figure wasn't a diver at all, but a remnant, a preserved corpse somehow frozen in the depths, perhaps an early explorer lost during Cold War experiments in deep diving submersibles. Another, more chilling theory, postulated that it was not a person, but a suit, autonomous, alien, or engineered. Something watching, perhaps collecting data. One hypothesis claimed that if it was real, it might be a deep-sea probe created by a foreign nation, silent, unacknowledged, and illegal. But why would it resemble a human so perfectly? The most outlandish theory grew in quiet corners of conspiracy communities, that the phantom diver was a projection, a figment, not of the sea, but of the human mind in extreme isolation. The deep sea, they argued, acts as a mirror, bending not just light and sound, but perception. Some even claimed that it was a form of sentient life, something non-human, but curious. Something that took the shape of what we expect to see, a hallucination given mass. And yet, this would not explain the acoustic recordings. It would not explain the mechanical movements. It would not explain why multiple unrelated teams, on different continents, across 2 decades, reported the same features: the dome-like helmet, the human-like form, the absolute silence that followed each encounter. There is one final account, unverified, possibly apocryphal, but whispered among old research crews. It came from a small private team operating a prototype descent capsule in 2021, somewhere near the southeast Indian Ridge. They claimed to have made contact, not just a visual, but a sonar ping. The figure responded. 3 soft pulses, spaced evenly. A signal returned. They ended the mission the next day. None of the footage has been released. The capsule was sold. The crew signed NDAs. But a forum post, now deleted, written by one of the engineers weeks later, offered a chilling final line. "We didn't find him. He found us, and he was waiting." The southern abyss holds many mysteries, but among them none is as quietly haunting as the phantom diver. A lone figure, drifting through the deep, surfacing only in fleeting glimpses, and vanishing before we can understand what we've seen. Whether man, machine, or something else entirely, his presence raises questions that echo far beyond sonar, questions about who truly watches the watchers, and what they want from the silent black below. Part 16. The Vanishing Reef of Rangiroa. In the heart of the South Pacific lies one of the largest atolls in the world, Rangiroa, a shimmering ring of coral encircling a lagoon so vast it could swallow entire cities. From above, it looks like a peaceful blue paradise, a crescent of green islands fringed with white sand, floating serenely in the endless ocean. But for all its surface beauty, Rangiroa hides a quiet anomaly, a phenomenon whispered about by pearl divers, fishermen, and the few deep-sea explorers who have dared to chart the surrounding waters. It is the tale of a reef that vanishes. Not metaphorically, not through bleaching or decay, but literally disappears. A coral formation that appears one season, teeming with life and color, and is gone the next, as if it had never existed. The first formal account came from a French marine biologist in 1978, conducting a coral health survey sponsored by the Institut de Recherche pour le Développement. While mapping the northern reefs outside the Tiputa Pass, his team discovered a vibrant, previously uncharted coral wall about 80 meters below the surface. It was massive, dozens of meters across, rich with fan corals, tube sponges, and clusters of reef sharks weaving through the currents. The team dubbed it Anemone Blanche for the pale, ghost-like anemones that glowed on its ridges under torchlight. The discovery was recorded with photos, depth logs, and a full report submitted to the Paris headquarters. But when another team returned 2 years later to study the same coordinates, they found nothing. The reef was gone. Not bleached, not bleached, not damaged, gone. In its place was smooth sediment and a gentle slope of dead stone, untouched by dynamite fishing or anchor damage. The divers, skeptical at first, assumed a navigational error. But after triple-checking the GPS markers and comparing sonar maps from 1978, they confirmed it: the reef that had once towered with life had vanished entirely. This was not a unique case. Over the next 3 decades, similar accounts began to surface from Rangiroa's deeper shelf slopes, always from areas just beyond recreational diving depths. In the twilight zone of the ocean, where daylight fades and pressure begins to weigh, some divers reported returning to favorite dive spots only to find bare rock. Others found new formations that hadn't been there months earlier, covered in mature coral and species that should have taken decades to develop. The reef was changing, but too quickly and too silently. Local fishermen had long spoken of what they called le récif collant, the drifting reef. In old Tahitian legend, it was said that certain coral gardens were alive, not just with fish, but with a kind of mind. They moved slowly through the ocean, rising and falling with ancient breath, visible only when they chose to be seen. These weren't fairy tales to them. Elders told of nights when the sea glowed blue from beneath, and in the morning, a sandbar or coral ridge would have shifted or disappeared entirely. Scientists, of course, were more cautious. Some speculated that underwater landslides caused sudden shifts in the seafloor, collapsing entire reef structures into deeper ravines where they became hidden. Others theorized the reef wasn't truly vanishing, but being obscured by suspended silt or covered by algal blooms. But these theories fell apart when divers began recording thermal anomalies, strips of warm water rising like invisible walls around where the reefs had once stood. In multiple cases, the water temperature would rise by 2 or 3 degrees Celsius within a few meters of the ghost zones. No volcanic activity was detected. No venting. The heat source remained unknown. In 1994, an expedition from the University of Wellington brought a state-of-the-art AUV autonomous underwater vehicle to scan the area at night. The drone reported unusual echoes from its sonar: rounded structures, arching shelves, densely packed vertical columns. It recorded over 20 minutes of footage of what clearly resembled a reef, complete with large groupers and drifting anemones, before the signal cut out abruptly. When the team retrieved the drone, it was intact but covered in a fine layer of slime that resisted chemical identification. It wasn't biological in any familiar sense, but it degraded rapidly once exposed to air. The footage, later reviewed in high definition, showed one last detail before the feed ended: a long dark fissure slowly opening at the reef's base, releasing a mist-like plume of particles into the water. Within moments, visibility dropped to 0, and the sonar ceased functioning. This marked a shift in how the vanishing reef was perceived. It was no longer just a curious geological event. The question shifted from where did the reef go to what is it protecting? Because some began to suspect the reef wasn't just a structure, it was a shield. In 2008, a diver named Tiare Manuti, a native of Rangiroa and one of the few certified for mixed gas rebreather dives beyond 100 meters, shared a personal story that chilled even the most skeptical researchers. While diving alone beyond Avatoru Pass to explore a rarely visited ridge, she saw something impossible: a spiral column of coral, glowing faintly blue, rotating slowly like a corkscrew. It was covered in strange life: jellyfish with segmented tendrils, translucent eels, crustaceans with luminous shells. But what caught her attention was the silence. The usual reef chatter, the clicks of shrimp, the pop of fish movement was absent. The ocean felt hollow, like a vacuum. Then the column moved, not drifted, not swayed, moved. It began to sink, folding inward as though collapsing through itself. And in the space where it had stood, there was suddenly only blackness. No sediment, no trail, no debris. Tiare surfaced with rapid ascent injuries and spent a week in decompression. She never dove again. The footage she captured on her wrist camera was grainy but real. Marine institutes reviewed it quietly, but none publicly commented. One anonymous researcher referred to it as a liquid structure. Another called it an impossible biome. One working theory suggests the reefs are not reefs at all, but massive gelatinous organisms mimicking coral for camouflage. This might explain the thermal fields, the sudden vanishing, the heat-resistant film, and the strange fauna. Another hypothesis proposes an oceanic time pocket, a liminal zone where normal ecological timelines are accelerated or distorted. But no one has proven either theory. The reef never reappears in the same place twice. What remains are fragments, photographs of strange formations, Journal entries describing walls of coral that glow even after flashlights are turned off. Audio logs where divers record the faint sound of rushing water, even in still conditions. And perhaps most haunting, the lingering sense that some corners of the ocean are not merely unexplored, they are unwilling to be known. Rangiroa remains a destination for tourists and a haven for biodiversity. But among its deeper ridges, where daylight no longer rules and color fades to blue and black, there is something ancient, something shifting. A living silence that builds and recedes like a breath, not gone, not dead, merely watching, waiting for the right current to rise. Part 17. The Drowned Bells of Nova Zembla. In the frigid waters north of Russia, where the Barents Sea yawns open toward the Arctic, there lies a chain of islands known as Novaya Zemlya. Nova Zembla, as old Dutch maps once called it, barren, hold, silent. This archipelago, long cloaked in mystery and isolation, has witnessed centuries of exploration, secrecy, and loss. But none of its stories are as quietly unsettling as that of the Drowned Bells, an elusive, haunting phenomenon reported by naval crews, Arctic researchers, and indigenous Nenets over generations. Bells that ring beneath the waves, always distant, always rhythmic, heard in places where no ships have passed for weeks, sometimes during perfect silence, sometimes during fierce storms. It began as folklore, passed down among the coastal Nenets communities who live on the mainland facing the islands. They called it Kolokol Shamanov, the shaman's bells. They believed the sound came from the spirits of ancient hunters who had drowned while crossing the ice, dragging their bronze necklaces and ritual bells into the abyss. On still winter nights, the Nenets claimed you could hear the chime of those drowned amulets echoing across the water, like tiny funeral songs carried by the wind. These stories were beautiful, but easily dismissed by outsiders until the phenomenon began showing up on military sonar. In the late 1960s, during the height of Cold War submarine patrols, the Soviet Navy ran regular silent ops through the Arctic passageways, including under the ice shelf surrounding Novaya Zemlya. In one declassified report from 1967, the crew of a Soviet nuclear submarine recorded a repeating metallic ping, distinct from whale clicks, seismic events or man-made sonar. It occurred every 43 seconds, lasted just under half a second each time, and seemed to resonate in clusters. Most importantly, it moved. The pings, which had first been detected near the southeastern coast of Yuzhny Island, gradually drifted northward during the 5 hours of observation, then faded entirely as if swallowed by the sea. At first the military assumed it was NATO interference. But further expeditions found nothing. No acoustic equipment, no listening stations, just deep black water and frozen shorelines. It wasn't until 1972 that the reports grew stranger. A Soviet icebreaker, Taymyr, was passing through the Metokhin Strait on a routine survey when crew members reported hearing what they described as cathedral bells beneath the hull. The sound was not captured by radio, only by the human ear. Multiple crew members described it identically, soft peals, faint but harmonic, like large church bells submerged in water. The tones were so clear that one officer knelt to the deck and placed his ear against the steel. Others reported that the engine hum seemed to drop away when the sound began, as though the ship itself were listening. This time the Navy did react. A specialized acoustic research unit was dispatched from Murmansk to investigate. They deployed hydrophones, ran frequency scans and dropped deep-sea microphones over a 72-hour listening window. Nothing abnormal appeared until midnight on the third night, when the water shifted. No current, no change in wind, just pressure. The lead scientist described it in his notes as a sudden thickening of the sea. Then the sound began, 3 deep tolls, clear and resonant, exactly 15 seconds apart. The recording captured the tone perfectly. It was metallic but muffled by depth, as though filtered through thick silt. The final bell was followed by a low rumble, and a surge of bubbles so intense it triggered a false collision alert on the ship's hull sensors. And then, silence. Attempts to explain the bells have ranged from the rational to the bizarre. Some scientists point to icequakes, sudden movements in underwater permafrost that can release pent-up gas or pressure, creating explosive sounds that bounce through the water in strange ways. Others blame glacial carving from hidden underwater ice shelves. But the problem is consistency. Icequakes don't occur at regular intervals, they don't produce harmonic tones, and they don't move in coordinated patterns. One theory posits that there are sunken wrecks beneath the waters of Nova Zembla, dozens of them dating back to lost Dutch expeditions, whaling vessels, even early Russian Orthodox missions to the far north. Some of these ships carried bells, either for ceremony or warning, and it's possible that under just the right tidal pressures, shifting currents could cause the metal to resonate. But again, this doesn't explain the movement, or the fact that the tones sometimes occur in open water where no wrecks have ever been logged. In 1984, an international team of marine geologists was granted rare access to the northern slope of Novaya Zemlya. One of their goals was to map the topography beneath the Kara Sea using multi-beam sonar. What they found disturbed them: a massive circular depression in the seafloor almost 2 kilometers wide and 40 meters deep, with perfectly scalloped edges like the bell of a trumpet. At its center was a strange vertical column of sediment, dense, compacted, and unusually rich in metal particles. When they dropped a small probe into the column's center, the tether snapped. The weight was never recovered. That night, the research vessel's audio logs picked up 2 low-frequency tolls just after 3 a.m. The crew heard nothing. The microphones did. To this day, no one has explained the drowned bells. They occur irregularly, sometimes only once every few years, other times multiple times in a season. Some believe it's merely a natural acoustic illusion, sounds refracted from distant icebergs or seismic booms. Others suspect Cold War experiments buried deep in the seafloor, but a growing minority of researchers are asking a different question. What if the bells aren't echoes of something long gone, but warnings of something beginning? The Nenets say the bells ring when something stirs beneath the islands, not death, but movement, not haunting but awakening. They do not fear the bells, but they do not fish near the strait when they hear them. They do not cross the water, they wait. Nova Zembla remains off limits in many places, military restricted, ecologically protected, frozen and still. But if you visit the outer islands on a windless night, and the ocean is calm and the clouds low and slow, you might hear it too. Just a faint sound far below, like a memory from a place you've never been. A bell ringing not to call you home, but to tell you not to come closer. And if you hear the second chime, don't wait for the third. Part 18. The Black Current of Cape Hatteras off the eastern seaboard of the United States, where the Atlantic kisses the jagged outer banks of North Carolina. The waters near Cape Hatteras are famously treacherous, shifting sands, sudden storms, and strong currents that have claimed hundreds of vessels over centuries. It is called the graveyard of the Atlantic for good reason. But among all the wrecks and whispered legends, one phenomenon continues to disturb oceanographers and haunt the memories of those who pass through these waters: the Black Current. Unlike the warm, sweeping Gulf Stream that flows nearby, the Black Current is colder, narrower, and alive in a way that doesn't follow the logic of the ocean's movements. It has been described by divers and fishermen as a river within the sea, pitch dark even on clear days, moving with unnatural speed and silence. Ships that drift into it often find themselves spinning off course, their instruments flickering, as if pulled by something that doesn't want to be mapped. But the most unsettling accounts are not from radar logs or scientific papers. They come from survivors. People who remember what it felt like to be inside it. The earliest record of the Black Current dates back to 1823, written in the log of a British merchant vessel named the Solace. The ship had been en route from Jamaica to Boston when it veered off course near Cape Hatteras to avoid an incoming storm. According to the ship's navigator, the vessel entered a stretch of ocean that seemed unnaturally still. The crew reported that the water beneath them turned dark, not the deep blue of the Atlantic, but an oily, opaque black, like ink that swallowed light. Their compass spun wildly, and the wind died, despite the storm brewing just miles away. Within an hour, the captain ordered the sails down and had the ship towed back out, using rowboats. The moment they crossed the boundary, everything returned to normal. The storm resumed, the wind returned. But one of the crewmen, who had spent time leaning over the rail during the incident, fell ill 2 days later and died within the week. His skin had turned grey, his lungs, according to the ship's surgeon, were bruised without impact. Most considered it a tale of superstition. An overdramatic sailor's yarn passed around campfires and port taverns, but then the stories began to repeat. In 1904, a US Navy destroyer patrolling the region noted that their engines briefly stalled when entering a patch of unusually cold water. No icebergs or underwater terrain were to blame. The ship floated for nearly an hour without propulsion. During that time, the crew claimed the surrounding sea appeared to glow faintly, like bioluminescence, but not blue or green. Red, faint like the glow of distant coals, barely visible from the deck. Divers who later explored the wreckage of the Carolina Star, a freighter that sank mysteriously in the same area in 1911, found that its steel hull had been warped inward as though compressed by sudden immense pressure. No signs of explosion, no external damage. Just a crushed, twisted skeleton of iron resting silently at the bottom. In the decades that followed, the black current became a known anomaly in hush-hush maritime circles. It was rarely mentioned in official documents, but Coast Guard officers and Atlantic fishermen spoke of it with the same wary reverence given to hurricanes and ghost lights. Satellite images sometimes showed a narrow streak of colder water threading through the warmer Gulf Stream, moving like a serpent along the coast before vanishing near Bermuda. But no one could explain its origin. It was too narrow to be its own current, too mobile to be a standing eddy, and too consistent in its effect: electrical disturbance, rapid course drift, and a deeply unsettling pressure that witnesses struggled to describe. One of the most detailed first-hand encounters came from 1983, during a research expedition led by oceanographer Dr. Althea Morse. Her team had been studying climate data along the Atlantic Ridge when their vessel, the Isobel, entered the affected zone. Dr. Morse wrote in her private log, not included in the published paper, that the ship's temperature sensors began to fluctuate wildly. One recorded a drop from 17 degrees Celsius to 2 degrees Celsius in under 5 minutes. The deck crew reported seeing thick fog, despite clear skies above. Most disturbing was what Morse herself observed: tiny, perfectly spherical bubbles rising from the deep uniform in size, almost like manufactured pearls of gas. They rose in straight vertical lines, unaffected by the ship's wake or wind. When the crew attempted to collect samples, the water inside the containers was heavier than expected, and several reported nausea, even hallucinations. Morse ended the mission early. When questioned later in an interview, she simply said, "That wasn't a current, it was a boundary." The black current is not always in the same place. That is part of what makes it so elusive and so feared. It shifts subtly with the seasons, often following no predictable path, only reappearing once or twice a year. Sonar data collected over time shows that during its appearance, underwater noise in the area drops sharply. Marine life avoids it. Whales steer around it by miles. Even plankton blooms seem to halt at its edge. It's like a dead zone, but one that moves alive with unseen forces and heavy with something no one can quite name. Attempts to trace its origin have failed. Some propose that it's connected to deep oceanic faults, allowing pockets of methane or colder ancient water to surge to the surface. Others believe it's a form of underwater vortex, a twisting gyre that occasionally breaches the thermocline. But neither of these theories explain the electrical interference, the compass malfunctions, or the eerie consistency of the symptoms felt by those who enter it. Then there are the theories whispered in forums and among retired naval officers, theories that border on the impossible. Some suggest that the black current is not a current at all, but the edge of something deeper. A rift, a window, a submerged anomaly where the rules of the sea begin to fold. They point to the stories of ships that vanish without wreckage. The logs that stop mid-sentence, the watches that stop at exact intervals, as though time itself had paused, and the voices, yes, some report hearing voices. Fishermen have claimed that in the stillness, with the engines off and the water flat as glass, you can hear something below. Not movement, not wails. Something stranger, like whispers heard through steel, like a choir rehearsing underwater. There is no evidence of these things, only records, accounts. Warning where beneath the moonlit surface, silent and watching. Part 19. The Siren Stones of the Baltic. The Baltic Sea is not often the first place one thinks of when it comes to oceanic mysteries. Its waters are shallower than the open Atlantic, its coastlines more populated, its currents gentler and more predictable. But beneath its placid green surface lie remnants of an ancient world, a flooded memory of glaciers and shifting landmasses. And among its most puzzling features is a formation discovered just over a decade ago, one that defies logic and invites whispers of something older than myth: the Siren Stones. The story begins in June of 2011 when a team of Swedish and Finnish divers, operating under a group called Ocean X, embarked on a mission to locate old shipwrecks between Sweden and Finland. The area was known for sunken vessels from centuries of trade, war, and exploration. Their equipment, finely tuned for sonar scanning and subsurface imaging, picked up something curious at a depth of about 300 feet. At first glance, the sonar image looked like an old stone ruin, circular, dome-shaped, with what appeared to be a long dragging trail behind it etched into the seafloor. The team dubbed it the anomaly and decided to investigate further. But what they found was no ordinary wreck. When divers reached the site, they were confronted with something far more enigmatic than a sunken ship. The structure was massive, roughly 200 feet across, shaped like a flattened dome, rising abruptly from the otherwise uniform seabed. It wasn't the shape alone that caught their attention, but the texture. The stone didn't seem natural. It was smooth in places, like it had been cut or melted. Some sections bore markings, long, evenly spaced lines, almost like a corridor or ramp had been scorched into its side. Divers described parts of it as looking like stairs, though no one could say if they were carved by hands or by time. The Baltic anomaly, as it came to be called, began attracting attention from researchers, skeptics, and journalists alike. Some speculated it was a remnant of a glacial deposit, a mere curiosity formed by nature's randomness. Others believed it might be a petrified shipwreck of a kind never before documented. But there was one detail that didn't fit: electronic equipment malfunctioned every time divers approached within a certain range. Cameras, lights, even dive computers would flicker, glitch, or shut down entirely. As soon as they moved away, the equipment resumed working perfectly. This wasn't an isolated occurrence. Multiple expeditions reported the same interference, with one diver stating, "It's like it doesn't want to be seen." Samples taken from the surface of the formation revealed a strange mix of minerals. While some matched known local geology, others were out of place, metals and silicates not typically found in the region. Even more baffling, magnetometers recorded an unusual spike in magnetic activity, localized and fluctuating, as if something within the structure was still faintly humming with energy. And then the sound reports began. During one of the later dives, while sitting still near the anomaly and waiting for equipment to reset, a diver reported hearing a faint rhythmic tone, 3 pulses, then silence. 3 more pulses, then silence. No one else heard it at the time. But on later expeditions, several others described the same thing: a low, almost melodic signal, too regular to be ambient noise, too soft to be mechanical. Some likened it to sonar, but with a musical cadence, like notes held underwater. That's when the whispers of the siren stones began. Locals along the nearby Swedish coast have told stories for centuries about strange sounds in the sea. Sailors spoke of hearing songs on the wind, voices too distant to understand but too clear to be dismissed as imagination. Folklore described women with pale skin and dark hair who stood on the water during full moons, singing to passing ships. They were not always malicious, but they were not always kind. Sometimes the ships disappeared, sometimes they returned with no memory of where they'd gone. These myths faded over time, dismissed as cautionary tales and drunken sailor legends. But after the Baltic anomaly was discovered, something shifted. Fishermen began avoiding the coordinates where the formation lay. A few even claimed to have seen lights beneath the surface, dim and golden glows that moved too slowly to be fish, too deliberately to be drifting debris. One report described a narrow column of light, rising from the water and vanishing in a split second, leaving the sea still and glassy. Scientists remain skeptical. Most who've analyzed the data argue the anomaly is either a rare rock formation left by glacial movement or an ancient landslide that created the illusion of order. But they don't argue with the equipment failures. They don't deny the sonar reflections that return distorted, like something inside the formation is scattering sound. And they can't explain why divers report a creeping sense of unease as they descend toward it, as though something is. Few who ventured close enough to mark its presence tell of something that does not feel like it belongs in our world. Skirvale is not deep by trench standards. Its greatest depth barely touches 5 miles. But it is the silence surrounding it that unsettles. Unlike the Mariana or Tonga trenches, which crackle with the rumblings of tectonic activity and the faint churn of deep-sea hydrothermal currents, Skirvale produces almost no measurable sound. No volcanic activity, no plate shifting, no current echo. The water there is so still it borders on surreal. Instruments lowered into the trench record an eerie perpetual calm, as if something is swallowing vibration. It was first discovered in the 1970s by a French marine survey team operating out of Port-au-Français. Their mission was simple: to chart deep seabed formations and locate possible mineral deposits. But one of their readings came back blank, not because the device failed, but because it returned an impossible result: zero signal, as if the echo from the sonar pulse had simply never come back. This wasn't due to depth, it wasn't beyond reach, it was simply gone. Intrigued, they tried again, this time with backup gear. Once again, nothing. No bounce, no image, just silence. As if the water itself refused to answer, the crew named it the Whispering Trench after a strange phenomenon reported by two of the divers who attempted a tethered descent near its edge. As they hovered above the opening, adjusting cameras and lights, both men claimed to hear a low murmuring noise, not through the water or through their equipment but inside their heads. One described it as a distant chorus, voices speaking in overlapping layers, too soft to distinguish, but unmistakably human in cadence. The other said it felt like a memory, something remembered rather than heard, like a dream resurfacing. When they surfaced, the murmuring stopped. At first, their reports were dismissed as nitrogen narcosis, the common rapture of the deep experienced at high pressure. But the divers' telemetry didn't match the symptoms. They hadn't been down long enough or deep enough, and more curiously, they both described the exact same words, though they couldn't translate them. Each diver wrote down their impressions separately: circular tones, strange rhythms, something like lullabies mixed with warnings. The sounds seemed to come not from around them, but from within, a resonance behind the eyes. The anomaly deepened in the early 2000s, when a joint Australian research team launched an unmanned deep-sea drone into the trench with high-resolution recording equipment. As the drone descended, it transmitted clear video for the first 600 meters. The seabed was unremarkable: soft sediment, rock shelves, the occasional ripple carved by ancient underwater currents. Then something changed. The color temperature of the footage shifted. The walls of the trench began to curve in unnatural ways, bending not physically, but optically, lines sloping in directions that made no geometrical sense, like staring into a corridor painted by a surrealist hand. Then came the sound, not noise in the usual sense, but interference. At first, just a low rhythmic clicking, like distant metronomes ticking out of sync. Came then longer tones, echoing upward in waves. It sounded as though the ocean itself was singing, very slowly, very softly. The audio distortion peaked, and the drone feed went black, not because the battery died or the equipment broke. Came. The power was still active, but every signal, video, sonar, telemetry, simply ceased. The drone was never recovered. When the research team played back the audio logs, they noticed a pattern buried in the static. Using signal separation software, they isolated fragments that sounded like reverse speech, long stretches of syllables flowing backward, with occasional pauses, like breaths. Some thought it could be whale song, or a deep-sea mechanical vibration reflected strangely by the trench's unique acoustics. Others weren't so sure. One researcher, Dr. Eva Cordain, ran the reversed audio through phonetic translation software out of idle curiosity. She didn't expect to find anything, but the program flagged one repeated cluster of phonemes that closely resembled the word submarine. No language matched it, no lexicon confirmed it, but something about the word clung to her: submarine. She found herself dreaming about it, seeing it in old logbooks. She found records of ships that had gone missing along a path eerily close to Skirvale, all logged under weather events, despite no storms in the area. One ship in particular, the Alabaster Gull, disappeared in 1937, with all hands lost. Its final wireless message was little more than static, but a transcription written by the radio operator's wife listed a phrase in the log: "The sea is whispering wrong." No one understood what it meant, but the phrase resurfaced again in 1962, when a Soviet submarine operating under classified orders recorded anomalous sonar echoes off the Kerguelen coast. The captain wrote in his personal logbook, "There's something wrong with the depth, like it changes when you're not looking." The sea is whispering wrong. The idea that the ocean might have memory, or that it might sometimes try to speak, has long fascinated sailors and oceanographers alike. But Skirvale seems different. It does not speak in riddles or call with song. It waits, a blank space on the seafloor that erases echo, absorbs motion, and returns only sensation. Some believe it is a vent of some kind, an outflow of ancient gases or a fault in the seafloor that distorts sound and light. But others are more hesitant. Some believe the trench is not a place at all, but a wound, a scar in the skin of the earth, left open for too long. Divers who've gone near it often report unusual dreams for weeks afterward, always underwater, always in darkness, always hearing voices calling from below, not urgently, not angrily, but gently, like a mother calling a child home. The dreams fade, but a lingering feeling remains, like the moment before waking, when your heart beats too softly and your breath feels borrowed. No permanent research station has ever been built near Skirvale. Attempts to place long-term sensors have all failed, devices corrupted, lost or returned without data. The area remains marked on classified maritime maps as a no-sail zone, though no official warnings are given. Ships still pass through the region on occasion, but the logs are short. Engines slow without reason. Crews report headaches. One ship's compass spun in place for 10 minutes while the GPS remained perfectly locked, and so the trench waits. Hidden by the cold waters of the Southern Ocean, away from trade routes and tourist paths, the whispering trench of Skirvale exists as both a silence and a song, not loud, not violent, but persistent, waiting always to be heard, or remembered, or returned to. For those who've heard it once, they say the sea never sounds the same again. Part 21. The Lighthouse Beneath the Sea. In 1971, during a routine sonar mapping expedition off the coast of Norway's Lofoten archipelago, a strange reading caught the attention of naval cartographers aboard the Skagen Star, a military-supported survey vessel. It appeared to be a tall, narrow structure rising almost vertically from the ocean floor at a depth of nearly 600 meters, standing nearly 90 feet high, with a perfect symmetry that defied natural formation. Initial assumptions leaned toward a wreck, perhaps the remnants of a cargo ship's mast or a sunken submarine's periscope tower. But as the crew ran multiple passes, it became clear the structure wasn't metallic, and it wasn't broken. It was intact, towering, anchored to a smooth circular base, and it gave off a rhythmic acoustic pulse. It wasn't broadcasting any frequency humans could hear, but the sonar registered a repeating signal, every 88 seconds, like a heartbeat, a single click, then silence, then click, and the structure, as later scans confirmed, was emitting faint electromagnetic fields. The oceanographers began referring to it as the lighthouse beneath the sea. The Norwegian Navy quietly cordoned off the area for further investigation, but kept it out of public records. This wasn't a time for unexplained anomalies. The Cold War loomed, and anything that couldn't be explained was considered a potential threat. But what they found in the weeks that followed would defy not just geopolitical concern, but scientific understanding. Dives to the site had to be done with submersibles. The depth and frigid temperatures made human diving unfeasible. The first remote expedition sent down a tethered camera system, which captured grainy black and white footage of the object, a narrow pillar rising from a disc-like foundation of black stone, covered in a pattern that resembled both coral growth and carved symbols. The patterns repeated in vertical bands, some looking like spirals, others like concentric rings. One section showed a series of squares, each nested inside another, almost like an optical illusion. These weren't naturally formed. They followed geometric ratios, golden spirals, perfect isosceles triangles, Fibonacci sequences embedded in the carvings. Worse yet, they glowed. When the light from the submersible hit certain sections of the pillar, the bands shimmered with bioluminescence. But this glow didn't fade with distance or behave like any known marine creature's light. It didn't pulse randomly. It responded, changing colors in the presence of sonar pings, intensifying when the submersible neared. The click recorded by sonar matched these pulses perfectly. It wasn't a lighthouse by human design, but something about it functioned like one, a beacon, a warning, or perhaps a call. The base of the structure, what appeared to be a smooth circular foundation, was embedded in the seafloor, ringed with what looked like open channels or grooves, as if it were meant to rotate. When the crew examined the geological makeup, the surprise deepened. The stone wasn't volcanic rock or seabed sediment. It matched no known earth mineral, dense, black and slightly reflective. It resisted all efforts to core or drill into it. Tools blunted against the surface. The only samples ever retrieved were fragments lying loose nearby, small, jagged pieces broken off at some point in the past, their edges smooth with age. Inside those fragments were microscopic patterns, tiny hexagonal lattices arranged in impossible precision. Under magnification, one researcher compared the pattern to integrated circuitry, but organic, as if it had grown into that shape over time. It reminded some of brain coral. Others said it looked like a memory chip. Still others simply stared, unable to describe what they felt when looking at it. Like being watched, one technician wrote, but gently, like something waiting for you to understand it. The area around the pillar also displayed anomalies. The water temperature, though cold, was consistently 1.8 degrees Celsius warmer than the surrounding ocean. Fish avoided the site. Crustaceans, jellyfish, even plankton. There was a visible gap in biomass within a 200-meter radius. It wasn't poisonous. It wasn't hot enough to kill. They just didn't go there. Only a strange type of eel, pale and translucent with thin ribbon-like bodies, seemed drawn to it. They curled around the structure in slow spirals, weaving through the grooves on the base as if following a path. When tagged and released, they returned within days, sometimes hours. One was found coiled around the same spot on the base 3 separate times. Every time it returned, it had grown larger, glowing faintly, as if feeding on something, or learning. In 1975, a private team of marine physicists, backed anonymously by industrial sponsors, requested and were granted temporary research access. They came with advanced equipment, including a deep water frequency modulator and a highly sensitive magnetic field scanner. They wanted to answer a simple question: was the pillar transmitting anything? They didn't get their answer. During their second expedition, the submersible lost all function near the base of the pillar. The audio logs captured the pilot calmly reporting a surge in field strength, then a flash of light described as like being under a lightning bolt, and then silence. The submersible re-emerged 14 hours later, empty. No pilot, no logbook, just the capsule, unharmed, drifting upward at a stable ascent rate, as if released. Inside the capsule was a single object, a small dark sphere roughly the size of a grapefruit, covered in the same glowing pattern as the pillar. No one saw it enter. No one knew how it got inside. The scientists argued for weeks. Some believed it was sent back by the pillar, others that it was carried aboard without notice, or created in the moment of energy surge. But the truth was simpler: no one could explain it. The sphere was eventually confiscated by naval authorities. To this day, it has never reappeared in any public or leaked scientific database. The incident remains unspoken, buried beneath layers of bureaucratic silence, but rumors persist. A whistleblower in the late 1990s claimed that the sphere was tested under extreme magnetic conditions, and that for a brief moment, it produced a tone, not a click, not a pulse, but a full harmonic tone, stretching 13 seconds long, with a structure that matched a chord, an actual musical chord, unknown in Western tonal systems. He claimed it made one researcher weep uncontrollably. Another fell unconscious. The sphere was then sealed and never tested again. As for the pillar, the last confirmed sighting was in 1987. Satellite sonar scans after that year show nothing but a slight depression in the seafloor, as if the structure had never been there, as if it had retracted, or sunk, or was never physical to begin with. Some oceanographers believe it was tectonic activity, subduction pulling the structure under. Others say the entire trench was misread, that the pillar was an illusion created by overlapping sonar reflections. But those who saw it don't agree. They say the ocean doesn't work like that. Illusions don't leave harmonics, they don't pulse on sonar, and they don't send back objects. Now when sonar crews pass near the Lofoten shelf, a few still claim to hear the click, every 88 seconds, faint, repeating, like a heartbeat, like a memory, or a call still waiting for its answer. The lighthouse beneath the sea no longer shows on maps, but the ocean remembers. And sometimes if you're very quiet, it still speaks. Part 22. The Lost Archive of the Abyss. Deep beneath the churning surface of the Indian Ocean, in a region where sunlight has never penetrated and the pressure crushes all but the hardiest forms of existence, there is said to lie a relic of an ancient epoch, a hidden archive carved into the very bedrock of the abyss. Discovered by a joint expedition of international deep-sea researchers in 1999, this structure defies every conventional explanation. It was first detected during a routine survey with a state-of-the-art multi-beam sonar system intended to map seafloor tectonics. The sonar images revealed what appeared to be a series of parallel flat stone panels rising from the sediment in a long linear formation stretching over 500 meters. Initially presumed to be an unusual geological formation, the panels soon exhibited features that no natural process could easily account for. As the expedition's remotely operated vehicle, ROV, descended to investigate, its high-definition cameras captured a scene that was both otherworldly and humbling. The panels, arranged in an almost deliberate grid, were carved with intricate symbols and patterns. These engravings were etched with precision that suggested the handiwork of an intelligent culture, one that had long since vanished from the records of human history. The engravings, composed of lines and curves, geometric motifs, and occasional depictions that resembled archaic hieroglyphs, were illuminated by the ROV's lights. In the dark water, they glowed faintly with phosphorescent bioluminescence, as if the stone itself harbored an inner light. Researchers noted that the carvings were not random. They followed mathematical sequences and proportions reminiscent of celestial charts. One panel depicted what could only be interpreted as a star map, with clusters of points arranged in a pattern that matched constellations known to ancient seafarers. The archive's structure was equally perplexing. Forming a passageway into the rock, the panels seemed to lead to a central chamber, a kind of submerged library lost to time. The corridor was lined with smooth slate-like surfaces that bore additional inscriptions. As the ROV advanced, it transmitted continuous sonar pings that reverberated off the walls in a rhythmic cadence. This pattern of echoes, heard in tandem with the visual data, was later analyzed by acousticians who confirmed the sounds were unlike any natural reverberation. They possessed a deliberate musicality, as if the archive was designed to be listened to as well as seen. Measurements taken by the team revealed that the stone panels were composed of a mineral alloy that did not match any known local sedimentary or igneous rock in the region. Instead, its composition suggested a synthesis of elements at high pressures and temperatures, similar in some respects to metamorphic rocks, but with trace signatures of rare metals that could only be produced under controlled, almost artificial conditions. The strange alloy resisted all attempts at drilling and sampling. Its surface remained unaltered and pristine despite decades of contact with corrosive deep ocean water. Such durability prompted some to speculate that the archive was not merely a relic of the distant past, but had been engineered to last indefinitely, to serve as a repository of knowledge that might one day be reclaimed. Every attempt to extract a coherent message from the symbols was met with fascination and frustration. Linguists, mathematicians, and cryptologists were called in to study the carvings. Some argued that the inscriptions hinted at a narrative, a record of astronomical observations, or even a historical account of a civilization that predates known human society. Others saw them as spiritual in nature, a kind of ritual script intended to invoke or record a cosmic event. One hypothesis suggested that the archive was a map, not of geographic spaces but of metaphysical dimensions, a guide to the heavens encoded in stone. The precise repeated use of proportional symbols bolstered this idea, as if the creators had understood the harmony of the spheres and wished to preserve that understanding for posterity. There were further anomalies. As the ROV's light swept across the central chamber, the cameras recorded brief flashes of moving shadows that did not correspond to any known marine life. These fleeting images, ghostly, ephemeral, suggested that the archive, while physically stationary, might be the site of ongoing activity. Was it possible that remnants of the creators, perhaps not flesh and blood, but some form of organized energy, still inhabited this underwater crypt? No definitive evidence was ever obtained, but the notion captivated the minds of everyone present. One technician later recalled, with a hint of awe, that the entire structure seemed to breathe in slow measured pulses, its acoustic echoes rising and falling as though it were alive, conversing with the deep. Local seafaring legends from the coastal communities of Madagascar and the Mascarene Islands had long spoken in hushed tones of a submerged archive, an ancient repository of wisdom left by a people who transcended time. These oral traditions, though largely dismissed by modern scholars, found eerie resonance in the sonar logs and visual recordings of the 1999 expedition. According to one old mariner's tale, a great civilization once ruled the ocean depths, and before their fall, they built a vast library where all knowledge was inscribed in stone. This legend, carried on the lips of fishermen and old seamen alike, now appeared to have a tangible counterpart. After the initial discovery, further expeditions were mounted, each more secretive than the last. Government agencies and private research groups competed to locate additional fragments of the archive. Yet with each dive, the archive seemed to shift imperceptibly, its panels aligning differently, its acoustic signature modulating in patterns that defied straightforward analysis. Some divers reported that the corridor, once navigated with precise instruments, appeared to reconfigure itself, as though the very space was mutable. Instruments would record slight displacements, movements on the order of mere centimeters, yet enough to bewilder the most advanced sonar systems. It was as if the archive existed in a state of flux, stable yet dynamic, a fixed monument to knowledge that was also a living, evolving entity. The phenomenon inspired profound questions. Was this lost archive a product of human ingenuity, far earlier than our current historical records suggest? Did some unknown civilization possess technology and wisdom beyond our understanding, capable of surviving cataclysmic shifts and preserving their chronicles beneath the crushing weight of the ocean? Or was it the creation of an entirely different intelligence, a message from an ancient non-human source, encoded in stone for a future that may never come? These questions drove research into new scientific frontiers, blurring the lines between history, mythology, and advanced engineering. Even now, decades after its initial discovery, the lost archive of the abyss remains shrouded in enigma. No definitive translation of its symbols has been achieved. No subsequent expedition has retrieved a sample that can unlock its secrets. Yet its existence challenges the framework of our knowledge of human history, of technological capability, and of the ocean's unfathomable capacity to conceal and preserve. In that silent chamber beneath the crushing depths, the echoes of forgotten voices, encoded in luminous stone and rhythmic clicks, continue to whisper a mystery that transcends time. And for those who study its mysteries, the archive stands as a testament to the enduring power of the unknown, a silent, eternal lighthouse guiding the curious through the infinite darkness of the abyss. Part 23, The Black Water Spiral. Far out in the southern reaches of the Atlantic, where shipping lanes thin into ghost trails and satellite coverage begins to blur into static, there exists a region whispered about among mariners, though absent from any official map. Known only by a name passed between sailors in half-joking tones, the Black Water Spiral, this remote patch of ocean has for decades spawned hushed rumors of vanishing ships, strange weather, and whirlpools that defy physics. Most dismiss it as an exaggeration, another sailor's tale to pass time on long voyages. But beneath the surface, something about this place seems deeply, fundamentally wrong. The Black Water Spiral first entered modern awareness in 1977, when a Norwegian research vessel, Solvang III, went missing without a distress call during a standard oceanographic survey. The crew had been studying unusual salinity patterns in a band of water near the mid-Atlantic ridge, close to the Tristan da Cunha Islands. The weather was clear, all communications normal, until they weren't. The ship vanished from radar screens in an instant, and no wreckage was ever found. Months later, a lone data buoy, originally attached to the vessel, washed up on the coast of Namibia. Its recordings, corrupted and nearly unreadable, nonetheless preserved something chilling. A low repeating hum that built in frequency before cutting out entirely, followed by nearly 4 hours of silence. Decades later, in the early 2000s, advances in satellite oceanography detected a recurring anomaly in the same region, a swirling current pattern that emerged in irregular intervals, forming a spiral several kilometers wide. But it wasn't a vortex in the traditional sense. This spiral did not draw matter inward, it repelled it. Floating debris would approach the spiral's edge and then be abruptly pushed away, as if encountering an invisible barrier. More oddly, this spiral didn't rotate like a storm system or gyre, it oscillated, slowly, deliberately, as if the ocean itself was mimicking breath. Those who have encountered it firsthand report sensations difficult to describe. One Argentine fishing crew, whose trawler strayed into the spiral's fringe in 2011, later spoke of a darkening of the water, not in shade, but in quality. The sea, they claimed, grew unnaturally smooth and heavy. The air grew still, and then came the sound. Not a rumble, not a wave, but a tone, a steady, inhuman hum that vibrated through the hull and into their bones. As they turned the boat around in panic, their compasses spun wildly, electronics malfunctioned, and several crew members reported nausea, disorientation, and vertigo. The captain, who had sailed for 40 years without fear, later refused to set foot on a ship again. In 2015, a private expedition, led by marine geophysicist Dr. Evelyn Routh, attempted to study the spiral in greater detail. Armed with magnetometers, sonar arrays, and deep-sea drones, her team approached the anomaly during what satellite analysis indicated would be its next emergence. For 72 hours, they recorded nothing unusual. The sea was calm, their instruments showed no abnormalities. But then, just past midnight on the third night, the drones began transmitting erratic data. Readings from the seafloor, at a depth of 5,000 meters, began to fluctuate. Temperature sensors recorded a sudden 15-degree drop. Salinity spiked, and pressure gauges began behaving as if the seafloor itself was pulsing, expanding and contracting ever so slightly, like the rhythmic inflation of a lung. What came next remains classified. Dr. Routh, now reclusive and rarely seen in public, submitted a single-page report to the funding committee. The ocean floor is not inert, it breathes. No further details were shared. When pressed, she simply stated, "We weren't alone down there." Her crew has since remained silent. 3 of them, reportedly, resigned from all future oceanic work and moved inland, far from the coast. A follow-up study by a European satellite consortium attempted to verify the anomaly from space. While visible light imaging showed no disturbance, infrared scans revealed a strange temperature pattern in the shape of a spiral, cycling slowly across a 30-kilometer radius. The heat signature fluctuated on a 6-hour loop, as if something deep below the surface was producing energy and releasing it in waves. Seismologists chimed in next. Small localized tremors were detected in the area, but curiously, these tremors did not originate from tectonic movement. Instead, they mimicked the waveforms of artificial vibration. Some theorized it might be caused by trapped gas eruptions or seafloor collapse, but the data was inconclusive. The spiral remained, mocking their analysis. Adding to the unease, researchers noted that maritime insurance claims for vessels passing near the anomaly had quietly increased. Reports included electrical malfunctions, sudden equipment failures, and most chillingly, recurring dreams among crews. Sailors from multiple nations, unaware of each other's experiences, began to describe eerily similar nightmares of being pulled downward into an endless column of black water, hearing distant voices in an unrecognizable language, and waking up with the taste of salt and iron on their tongues. Psychologists attributed this to mass suggestion. Oceanographers were not so sure. Among indigenous seafaring peoples from southern Africa and the South Atlantic islands, oral histories mention a place known only as the Sleeping Mouth. It was said to be a spot in the ocean where the world thinned and something beneath listened. Not a god, not a monster, but a watcher, silent, patient, and very, very old. Offerings were once cast into the sea before long voyages, not as tribute, but as distraction, to keep the mouth from waking. Some believe the spiral is a geological curiosity. Others suspect geothermal vents, or unstudied current behavior, or electromagnetic interference from deep metal deposits. But there are a few who whisper darker thoughts. They speak of the Earth's crust as a veil, thin and temporary, of life not born on the surface, but buried deep below, where pressure breeds different forms of intelligence. Intelligence that stirs when disturbed, intelligence that remembers and waits. In 2019, a deep-sea fiber optic cable being laid near the area encountered a sudden complete blackout. No damage was detected to the line itself, but for 13 minutes the signal vanished. When it returned, data analysts discovered something strange in the logs. During the interruption, the line had received a signal, not noise. A signal, a repeating pattern of pulses, mathematically ordered and perfectly symmetrical. Efforts to decode it continue to this day. Some call it the first conversation. The black water spiral, if that is even its true name, has no borders and leaves no trace. It does not announce itself with storms or waves. It does not take ships in dramatic acts of violence. It simply exists, deep beneath the ocean's surface, shifting slowly, waiting for its cycle to turn again. And in the hush of the abyss, As salt water presses into stone and time folds into rhythm, something listens, something breathes, and the spiral turns once more. Part 24. The Phantom Divers of Palmyra Reef. In the central Pacific Ocean, over 1,000 miles south of Hawaii, lies a place so isolated, so untouched, that even modern travelers rarely set foot upon it. Palmyra Atoll. A horseshoe of coral, ringed by shallow turquoise waters, and hemmed in by deeper, darker channels that descend rapidly into the abyss. Officially, it is uninhabited, a national wildlife refuge under protection, yet its name drifts through the undercurrents of maritime legend like a shadow trailing a swimmer. The stories that circulate about Palmyra are subtle and untraceable, difficult to pin down. But among divers and ocean researchers, one tale is retold in quiet voices, always with a strange hesitancy. It is the tale of the Phantom Divers. It begins in the 1990s, when a private research group known as the Eon Institute secured permission to explore the trench systems and deep fissures near the southern shelf of Palmyra. Their mission was to map out submerged caverns and catalog unusual current flows in a region barely touched since World War II. They arrived with a state-of-the-art vessel, submersible drones, and a team of seasoned marine scientists, including a core group of deep-sea divers trained for full saturation exploration. Their focus was a series of deep trenches branching off the western drop-off, where sonar suggested there might be large underwater caves. For the first 2 weeks, everything went smoothly. The team identified multiple limestone corridors under the reef wall, carved by centuries of flowing water, now stagnant and silent. Some caverns extended for hundreds of meters, wide enough to accommodate a small vehicle. But it was on the 17th dive that something changed. 2 divers, Maren Walsh and Dr. Sinead Kenner, descended into a fissure known as Entry G6, a vertical slit just wide enough for a single diver at a time. They were tethered, as protocol demanded, and carried full video rigs for documentation. The descent was slow, careful, and uneventful, until the feed went dark. No bubbles, no panic, no screams. One moment, the team above watched their slow descent into a rocky shaft, lit by helmet LEDs. The next, all comms ceased. The tethers went slack, recoiling like they'd been cut. Descent cables registered a sudden drop, then complete stillness. Searches began immediately. Within 2 hours, backup divers combed the shaft, but nothing was found. No signs of movement, no bodies, not even the faintest echo from sonar. It was as if they had been swallowed. After 72 hours of search and failure, the Eon Institute suspended operations and began their return to port. But 3 days into the journey back, something happened. One of the junior researchers, Elena Chow, reported seeing a figure outside her cabin window during the night. Not a reflection. A figure, wearing a wetsuit, floating just beyond the reach of the floodlights. She blinked, startled, and it was gone. The ship halted, searchlights scanned the waters, divers were deployed. Nothing. The crew dismissed it as stress-induced illusion. But that was only the beginning. Over the following days, more sightings occurred. 2 figures, slowly drifting behind the vessel, always just out of reach, never surfacing. Their wetsuits seemed faded, their visors opaque. But they moved with purpose, circling the ship silently, sometimes disappearing below, sometimes reappearing miles away. No sonar registered them, no infrared, and yet the crew could feel them, watching, waiting. Eventually the Eon vessel returned to port in Honolulu. Debriefings were held, reports filed, and the case of the missing divers remained unsolved. But among the crew, something strange persisted. Dreams, not nightmares. Dreams of being underwater, impossibly deep, but unafraid. Of walking, not swimming, through colossal stone corridors, like cathedrals carved beneath the seafloor. Dreams of standing face to face with something ancient and silent, cloaked in the echoing hush of deep water. One technician described seeing an impossible city of light beneath the coral, where pillars rose like fingers from the trench, and glowing fish danced like stars between them. When he awoke, he found salt on his lips. Years passed, the story faded, the Eon Institute folded, but the sightings did not stop. In 2009, a US Geological Survey expedition operating 40 miles southeast of Palmyra reported a strange sonar ping while mapping sediment shifts near a submerged plateau. The signal, which came at irregular intervals, seemed to originate from a depth of nearly 10,000 feet. A small ROV was deployed to investigate. Its video feed captured 15 minutes of murky descent before something passed through frame. A human silhouette, floating, motionless. Its limbs did not move. It turned slowly toward the camera, then static. The footage was never released, but a whistleblower later uploaded a single frame online. A blurry, half-obscured image of what appeared to be a diver, visor cracked, staring into the lens. No oxygen tank, no tether, just the ocean behind him, vast and black. Analysts dismissed it as doctored, but among diving communities, it reignited the whispers. The phantom divers had returned. More reports emerged over the following decade. Unidentified divers seen at impossible depths, where no human body could survive unprotected. Ships reporting crew members hearing tapping on hulls while anchored near trench zones. Divers surfacing with memories of encounters they couldn't explain. Figures swimming alongside them, but vanishing the moment they turned their heads. One man claimed he felt a gloved hand grasp his shoulder in the dark, gently pulling him upward when he panicked and lost control of his buoyancy. When he looked back, there was nothing there, but his shoulder bore an imprint, like a glove had pressed against it hard enough to leave a line in the skin. Theories emerged, each more unsettling than the last. Some believe the phantom divers are hallucinations, a blend of nitrogen narcosis and stress. Others propose they are ghosts, the trapped souls of lost divers tethered to the ocean they once studied. But a quieter, more unnerving theory persists in shadowed corners of marine research forums. The divers are not gone, they've adapted. What if the trenches near Palmyra house more than caves? What if there is a network of deep passageways connected to geothermal vents and oxygenated fissures, forming an ecosystem unknown to the surface world? What if once a human enters those depths, unprotected, unprepared, the ocean offers them a choice, not death, not rescue, but transformation, a surrendering of the surface self in exchange for something else, a new physiology, a new home. And what if those who disappear aren't taken, they simply choose not to return? The ocean is vast, and most of its mysteries remain untouched. But if you drift far enough from land, and deep enough into silence, you might glimpse something watching from the edge of your vision, not a threat, not a warning, but an invitation. The phantom divers of Palmyra are not a cautionary tale. They are a question, quietly floating beneath the waves. What part of yourself would you leave behind to belong to something deeper? Part 25. The black tide of the Labrador Deep far north, where the Atlantic grows colder with each breath of wind, and the days shrink into long brooding nights, lies a stretch of ocean feared by fishermen and revered in whispers by mariners. The Labrador Deep, a trench that runs off the continental shelf between Newfoundland and Greenland, is not the deepest in the world, but it is one of the most treacherous. In these waters, visibility can drop to nothing in seconds. Magnetic instruments often fail. And then there's the tide. Not the one the moon pulls, but a darker tide, one that seems to move with an intent all its own. A tide without wind, without waves, that pulls down what it touches and never returns it. They call it the black tide. The first recorded mention of the phenomenon dates back to 1857 in the logbook of a whaling ship named the Elsinore. The entry was brief, but haunting, dark slick on the water. No smell, no fish. Sea went silent, pulled us 2 knots eastward with no current. Harpoons floated like matchsticks. Mr. Carrow lost. No trace. This was followed by silence. No elaboration, no explanation. The ship returned weeks later with a skeleton crew and vacant stares. When questioned, none of the survivors would speak of what had happened during those hours after the slick was sighted. For decades, the story was dismissed. A sailor's tale. Fog, perhaps, or madness. But then it happened again. In 1921, the research trawler Maribel vanished on a routine Atlantic cod survey off the Labrador shelf. The weather had been fair, the sea calm, no storms were reported, no distress signals sent. Weeks later, a passing steamer reported finding floating debris, planks, a waterlogged journal, and a life ring near a patch of ocean marked only by its unnatural stillness. The journal pages were mostly ruined, but a few legible lines survived, scratched in haste. Sky wrong, sea black but no oil, dead air, pulling fast, no stars. Again the event was catalogued and filed away. There was no cause of sinking, no official explanation, but those who worked the waters began to talk. Fishermen started marking the area on their maps with charcoal crosses. Local Inuit elders spoke of a place the whales avoided, where no birds flew overhead, where seals refused to swim. The sea turned thick there, they said. Not warm, but not cold either. Something in between. Something that didn't belong. In 1974, with Cold War tensions high and undersea surveillance expanding, a Canadian naval expedition launched a covert mission to map the acoustic profiles of the Labrador Trench system. Among the fleet was the CSS Ardmore, a submarine designed for silent drift surveillance, fitted with deep-range sonar and magnetic anomaly detectors. It disappeared 78 hours after deploying. What returned to base wasn't the submarine, but a small emergency beacon, recovered by a passing oil rig supply ship. The beacon had been damaged, but still held partial audio logs. What was recovered was disjointed and heavily distorted, but a few phrases chilled even the most hardened analysts. Descending without control, current doesn't match instruments. No cavitation, no propulsion, but we're moving. Something's pushing us down. There's a shape. It's not terrain. It's rising toward us. No reflection, just black, just black. All transmissions ceased abruptly. The last signal pinged from a depth of 5,700 meters, well below the seabed's expected floor in that region. Geologists insisted it was impossible. Sonar readings, they claimed, must have been faulty. But when a follow-up expedition was launched the following year, the seabed itself seemed different. A new depression had formed, one that hadn't been there before. A long, slow slump, like the ocean floor had sagged inward, as if something vast had pulled itself downward through the silt, folding the terrain like soft cloth. Still, there was no official conclusion. The area was quietly red-zoned. No fly and no sail zones were instituted for research. Submarine tests were re-rounded. It was as though the ocean had reached out and erased something, and in response humanity turned its eyes away. But stories never really die. They just slip beneath the surface and wait. In 2012, a deep-sea expedition funded by a Norwegian private venture set out to map underexplored trench folds off the Labrador shelf using a newly developed autonomous drone sub. The drone Njord was designed to operate independently at extreme depths, transmitting live 3D sonar feedback in real time to the research vessel Vida. On its third descent, Njord passed below 4,000 meters and entered a zone of anomalous water density. The sonar feed began to jitter. Then the video feed turned black, not from a signal cut, but from the environment itself. No light was returned. Not even the drone's own LEDs registered reflection, just nothing. Yet Njord continued transmitting positional data for 7 more minutes. It was descending, but not on its own. The drone's internal gyroscopes indicated it was being pulled, accelerated, not by gravity, but as if caught in a current that didn't exist on any chart. And then, without warning, transmission ceased. The team assumed a mechanical fault, but 46 minutes later, something passed under the Vida. The ship lurched, and sonar alarms screamed. A pressure shadow registered, a brief massive silhouette, silent, impossibly slow, as though a mountain had drifted beneath them, soundless and unseen, vanishing into the dark. No damage was recorded, but everyone aboard reported feeling watched, not frightened, exactly, not even threatened, but profoundly out of place, like trespassers who had been noticed by something old, something deep. Today, the region surrounding the Labrador Deep remains one of the least explored trench zones in the North Atlantic. Official reasons cite funding, difficulty, and shifting currents. But among sailors and marine scientists, a different kind of caution remains, a sense that some places are better left alone, that not everything in the sea is meant to be mapped, that sometimes the ocean doesn't just swallow things, it remembers. They say the black tide returns every few years. It doesn't roar or rage, it simply arrives. A silent current that pulls without warning, a stillness that consumes without violence. And when it comes, you don't feel fear, you feel acceptance. As though the ocean has decided, this one belongs to me now. If you ever find yourself in those waters, and the sea goes quiet, the birds vanish, and your instruments drift from truth, don't wait, don't watch. And above all, don't follow the pull. Part 26. E-signal from Point Nemo. In the vast empty belly of the South Pacific lies a place so isolated, so far from any trace of civilization, that it's often called the ocean's loneliest coordinate, Point Nemo. The name means no one in Latin, and it fits. This is the oceanic pole of inaccessibility, the farthest point on Earth from any land. Over 1,600 kilometers in every direction, there is nothing but water. No islands, no humans, no ships, just silence. The closest people to Point Nemo are usually the astronauts aboard the International Space Station, circling high above. But in 1997, something at Point Nemo broke that silence. That year, NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, was conducting routine underwater acoustic monitoring across the Pacific. Using a network of hydrophones stationed thousands of kilometers apart, they were studying sounds of seismic activity, iceberg movements, and marine life. The ocean, after all, is never truly silent. It groans, it hums, it pulses, but then, it blooped. On a quiet day in early summer, the hydrophones picked up a sound unlike anything they had ever recorded before. It started low, almost subsonic, then rapidly rose in frequency with an eerie, almost organic swell. It was loud, incredibly loud. Loud enough to be picked up from multiple sensors over 5,000 kilometers apart. The team labeled the sound the bloop. At first they assumed it was an icequake, huge slabs of ice grinding or breaking in the Southern Ocean, but the location didn't match. Nor did the acoustic signature. Icequakes have jagged, sudden profiles. The bloop was smoother, stranger. It had a rise and fall pattern, more like a biological call than a geologic rupture. Even more unsettling was where it came from. When they triangulated the origin point, the answer was clear. The sound had come from near Point Nemo. That's when the speculation began. Scientists tried to remain grounded. They suggested it could be a previously unknown natural phenomenon. Some proposed colossal underwater landslides. Others thought it might be a sound from an animal, albeit one larger than anything we've ever known. But the idea that something living had made it, that chilled people. If the bloop were biological, the creature responsible would have to be larger than a blue whale by an impossible margin. Whales make low-frequency moans, but they don't produce sounds this powerful, not even in chorus. The scale of the bloop meant that either it wasn't an animal or it was something completely outside our current understanding of marine biology. Eventually, NOAA softened its position. In later years, they stated that the sound was likely caused by ice. Perhaps an iceberg carving or fracturing, but the statement never fully convinced those who heard the original files. The profile didn't match, the origin point didn't make sense, and nothing like it had been recorded before or since. But the mystery doesn't end with the bloop. In the years following its detection, other strange sounds were picked up near Point Nemo. One was nicknamed Julia, a strange echoing moan that lasted for nearly 2 minutes. Another was called Upsweep, a series of rhythmic, ascending tones that repeat seasonally but have no clear source. All of them, oddly enough, originated from similar coordinates. The same empty zone, the same unreachable void, the same place where, by coincidence or not, author H.P. Lovecraft once placed the fictional city of R'lyeh, home of the mythic sea god Cthulhu. The timing and location were unsettling, pure coincidence perhaps, but eerie nonetheless. Fiction bleeding into reality in a place so empty it invites projection. Because that's the thing about Point Nemo, it absorbs myths. It echoes them back. Still, the acoustic anomalies persisted. Every few years something would ping, groan or moan deep beneath the Pacific, just far enough from understanding to evade explanation. Most of these sounds have only been heard by a handful of researchers, buried in NOAA archives or quietly circulated through oceanographic circles. Some never made it to public release, not because of censorship, but because no one knew what to say. The ocean is strange, they said. It makes noises, and not all of them mean something. But those who work the hydrophones for years, those who've heard the real-time signals in the dead of night, they remember. They speak of certain sounds that don't behave like water, sounds that curve strangely through the sea, that almost seem to respond. One retired engineer recounted how, during a long low-frequency event picked up near Point Nemo, the hydrophone array's timing data began to drift slightly. Not the signals, but the clocks themselves. When they realigned the timestamps, they found that the sound had caused a subtle shift in the array's internal timing systems, as though the sea had for a moment warped the rhythm of the machines. Another researcher claimed that on 3 separate occasions, different sensors picked up identical harmonics, precisely synchronized, hundreds of miles apart. Natural sounds don't do that. Nature is chaos. But this was patterned, organized, deliberate. Of course, there are no official papers on these anomalies, only mentions, footnotes. A line here, a nod there. The ocean swallows not just ships but certainties. Even science sometimes knows when to leave a mystery be. Then there's the quiet theory. The one whispered over late dinners at marine biology conferences or during downtime aboard research ships. That something sleeps at Point Nemo. Not a creature, not exactly, but an awareness. Something embedded in the deep. Something that has always been there and always will be. The ocean's own consciousness perhaps. Not sentient in any human way, but aware. Like a dream that listens. Here's the bloop. In this theory, wasn't a cry. It was a breath. A sigh from below. The kind the earth might make when it shifts in its sleep. Others are less poetic. They think the bloop and its successors were warnings. Sounds made not by something natural, but by something trapped, caged by pressure and silence. Straining against the boundary of its own abyss. Not yet surfacing, but not entirely asleep either. In 2020, a deep-sea exploration company quietly attempted to drop a signal beacon near Point Nemo. The plan was to deploy a long-term sensor system to collect real-time seismic and acoustic data for 5 years. The deployment failed, not due to mechanical error, but because the drop capsule vanished during descent. Contact was lost less than 10 minutes after submersion. No signal was ever recovered. Funding was pulled shortly after. Today, Point Nemo remains empty. Its coordinates are unmarked on most commercial maps. No shipping routes pass through it. Yes. No flights cross overhead. Satellites avoid focused scans. It is in every sense the Earth's blind spot. A null point in the great ocean mind. And sometimes, if you listen carefully to the sea, not with instruments, but with stillness, you'll hear it too. Not the bloop itself. The pause before it. The heavy hush of water pressing inward, as though the planet is holding its breath again, waiting, ears, listening, dreaming. Part 27. The Order, Abyss and the Cave Beneath the Sea. Far from the crashing waves of coastal waters and the roaring blue of open oceans, there exists a place where the sea folds in on itself, not horizontally, but downward. A passage not shaped by tide or storm, but by time, stone, and silence. A gateway where the ocean does not stretch outward, but descends. This place is the Order Cave, and though it lies beneath the surface of a Russian countryside lake, it is deeply tied to the sea in a way few understand. The Order Cave is the longest underwater gypsum cave in the world. Hidden in the Urals near the village of Order in Russia, it extends for miles beneath the earth. Its tunnels carved out of soft white stone, bleached and smooth like the bones of an ancient leviathan. But this is no ordinary cave. Unlike jagged, claustrophobic caverns that squeeze and crush, Order is cathedral-like. Its chambers are vast, open, and hauntingly still. The water here is crystal clear, filtered through layers of ancient sediment. Divers who enter often describe the sensation not of swimming, but of flying. Yet for all its beauty, the Order Cave is shrouded in mystery. Locals have long whispered of strange happenings in and around the lake. Fishermen tell stories of echoes, voices underwater that call to them through the ice. Children are warned not to swim too deep, not just because of the cold, but because of what lies below. They say the cave breathes, that when the wind is quiet and the lake is still, you can hear it, an inhaling sigh, soft and slow, like something vast beneath the ground is dreaming. Geologists have studied the cave's formation. Its gypsum walls were created over hundreds of thousands of years, dissolved slowly by mineral-rich water trickling through porous rock. As the stone eroded, it left behind an underwater labyrinth, winding and endless. But there are parts of the cave system no one has ever reached, dead ends that suddenly vanish into black chasms, passages that descend into silence with no measurable bottom. Even sonar struggles in these depths. Signals bounce strangely, maps become unreliable. It's as though the cave doesn't want to be known. In 2012, a diving expedition reached what was then considered the furthest navigable chamber, known among divers as the Cathedral. The chamber was enormous, stretching nearly 200 feet long and 50 feet high, lit only by the glow of diver headlamps. The walls shimmered like glass, and the air pockets trapped along the ceiling distorted the light into flickering halos. The divers were awestruck, but also unsettled. One of them later described feeling watched, not by a presence but by the cave itself. A feeling as if the stone remembered them. Then something stranger happened. As the team prepared to exit, their guide rope, carefully secured to the wall just moments before, suddenly snapped taut. It had been pulled, but by what? Visibility in the chamber was perfect. There were no currents, no other divers in the direction the rope had moved, yet the tension was undeniable. They followed it slowly, cautiously, hearts pounding in the stillness. The rope now pointed toward a crevice they hadn't explored, a crack in the gypsum no more than a meter wide. It hadn't been visible before. Perhaps a shift in the rock had revealed it, or perhaps it had been waiting. Against their better judgment, two of the divers swam in. The passage was tight, then opened into a spherical chamber no more than 20 feet wide, and inside was a statue. Not a modern sculpture, not something brought in, a naturally formed pillar of gypsum, roughly human-shaped, standing upright in the center of the chamber. It looked like a woman, or the suggestion of one, tall, thin, head tilted slightly to one side. The divers froze. The shape was too precise to be natural, and yet there was no evidence of carving. No tool marks, no damage, just flowing lines, smooth edges. Some swore the eyes were hollow, as if carved into the face. When they returned to the surface and reviewed footage from their helmet cams, the video was corrupted, static, glitches, sound distorted. One diver's camera had failed entirely the moment they entered the chamber, but what they remembered stayed with them, haunting them in dreams. One diver eventually retired from underwater exploration altogether, claiming he'd been followed by silence ever since. Local legends about the cave began to resurface. The Komi people, one of the indigenous groups of the region, have old stories about a water spirit named Order, a guardian of underwater passageways who guides the dead to the next world. She was said to appear in dreams as a pale woman made of fog and ice. If you saw her reflection in the water, the story went, you were marked for a journey, one that did not always return. Geologists dismissed the statue as a trick of erosion, pareidolia, the mind making shapes from chaos. But divers refused to revisit the chamber. The crevice, as if sensing their retreat, collapsed weeks later during a mild seismic tremor. The passage sealed. The statue lost. Years passed. Other divers attempted to reach unexplored sections of the Order cave using updated sonar and advanced suits. But something about the cave began to change. The sediment shifted more frequently. New tunnels opened while old ones collapsed. It was almost as if the cave were alive, rearranging its body in response to their curiosity. In 2017, a second team disappeared for nearly 30 minutes during a dive. When they resurfaced, they were disoriented. They insisted they had only been gone for 12 minutes. The data on their equipment disagreed. One diver described seeing a light far below them, pulsing slowly like a heartbeat. Another claimed to hear bells underwater. None of them were harmed, but all reported feeling deeply fatigued, as if something had drained them. They did not dive again. Today the Order cave remains partially mapped, but never fully understood. It is still considered a rite of passage for elite cave divers, an ethereal descent into the Earth's silent cathedral. But even the bravest acknowledge its mood. The cave is beautiful, yes, serene, but it is also deeply alien. A place that seems to exist slightly out of sync with the rest of the world. And the most unsettling part isn't what divers see. It's what they hear when they turn off their lights and float in perfect stillness. A distant breath, a ripple in the silence, and sometimes the faint sound of footsteps on stone, where no stone should be. Part 28. The ship that returned without time, the Kaz II mystery. Sometimes, the most chilling mysteries of the sea aren't born from storms or vanished wrecks, but from silence, when nothing seems wrong, yet something is deeply, unmistakably off. This is the story of the Kaz II, a modern vessel that set out from Australia in 2007 with 3 men aboard, and was discovered adrift just days later, untouched, unbroken. eerily intact, but completely and inexplicably abandoned. On April 15, 2007, the Kaz II left Airlie Beach in Queensland, Australia. It was a sleek 12-meter catamaran, owned by a man named Derek Batten, 56, who was joined by brothers Peter and James Tunstead, aged 69 and 63. They were all seasoned enough to handle a coastal trip. This wasn't a wild ocean crossing, just a few days of leisurely sailing along the Australian coast. A kind of retirement adventure. Spirits were high. The forecast was calm. They had food, fuel, and everything was in working order. Derek's wife even waved them off with a casual goodbye, expecting to see them again before the weekend. But she never would. 3 days later, on April 18th, a rescue helicopter spotted the Kaz II drifting aimlessly near the Great Barrier Reef, about 160 kilometers off the coast. From above, everything looked normal. The sails were raised, the engines were off. The boat wasn't damaged, but no one was responding to radio calls. When a rescue team finally boarded, what they found was straight out of a ghost story. There was no sign of struggle, no blood, no broken equipment. The table was still set for a meal. A laptop was open and running. The engine was functional. Even the GPS system was still tracking the vessel's course. But the most haunting detail, all 3 life jackets were still on board, neatly stowed. If the men had abandoned ship, they hadn't done so in panic, or with any intention of surviving. And yet, they were gone. No distress call had ever been sent. There were no signs of injury or foul play. One of the fishing rods was still cast out into the sea. A coffee mug sat beside the wheel. It was as if they had simply vanished. Investigators scoured the boat for clues. It wasn't long before a strange piece of footage emerged. The Kaz II had a digital camera that automatically recorded snippets of their journey. The last known clip, dated April 15th, shows the men in high spirits. Peter Tunstead is seen sitting at the rear of the boat with a fishing rod, wearing a light shirt and no life jacket. One of the sails flaps loosely in the wind, indicating they may have been experiencing minor trouble. But nothing in the video suggests fear or urgency. They laugh, they chat, they seem relaxed. The official investigation concluded that the men likely fell overboard in quick succession. Perhaps one slipped while fishing, another jumped in to help. The third, trying to rescue both, might have met the same fate, but many remain unconvinced. The circumstances don't add up. If someone fell in, why didn't the others simply cut the engine and throw a line? Why didn't they at least use the life jackets, which were feet away? And why was the boat left in such pristine condition, not even slowed by an emergency stop? Skeptics have pointed out that the catamaran's sail was damaged in a way that suggests a sudden gust may have knocked it loose, possibly striking one of the men and sending him overboard. If he was injured or unconscious, panic might have set in. But again, this theory struggles against the stillness of the scene. Nothing felt panicked. The tea was still warm. Then there's the question of the GPS trail. The Kaz II drifted in a curiously slow serpentine pattern, as if the vessel wasn't just floating aimlessly, but following something, a current perhaps, or something else entirely. Weather records showed no violent winds or waves. No other boats were recorded nearby. It was as though the sea itself had gently erased the men. Some believe something more supernatural may have occurred, that the men encountered something inexplicable, something that pulled them from the world as we know it. Ancient maritime legends are filled with tales of siren songs, dimensional slips, strange lights hovering above the sea. More than one diver has told stories of bizarre disorientation near coral reefs, as if the very air becomes too still, as if time hesitates. The few conspiracy theories even emerged in the months after the discovery. Some wondered if the men staged their own disappearance, faked death to escape debts or lives they no longer wanted. But no financial motives were found, no hidden identities, and the boat hadn't been tampered with. Their passports, wallets, and clothes were all untouched, right where they left them. The Australian coroner closed the case with an open verdict on the side. No one sails her anymore. No one boards her without permission. But every so often those who pass by swear they feel something, a weight in the air, a presence, as if the boat is waiting for something, or someone. And perhaps in the silence of the sea, she still remembers her last crew, and the moment the world forgot them. Part 29. The Lights Beneath the Ice. Anomaly 27b in the Weddell Sea. The southernmost waters of our planet are some of the least explored, least understood, and most hostile places a human can attempt to observe. Encased in crushing ice, whipped by freezing winds, and hidden under months of darkness, the Weddell Sea near Antarctica holds within it a silence so vast, so ancient, that it feels older than time. But in recent decades, that silence has been interrupted, not by human ships or seismic activity, but by something far stranger: flashes of light seen beneath the ice, picked up by subsurface sensors, and even witnessed directly by polar researchers. A phenomenon now catalogued quietly under the name Anomaly 27b. It began in the winter of 1997, when a German research team aboard the RV Polarstern was mapping subglacial topography using seismic reflection techniques and deep sonar imaging. The vessel was stationed above a deep trench near the Filchner Run ice shelf, an area long thought to be geologically inactive. But for reasons still unexplained, their equipment began registering sudden pulses of energy, brief but powerful bursts of electromagnetic activity, originating from nearly 900 meters beneath the ice. At first, they thought it was instrument failure, faulty cables, static interference. But the pattern was too clean, too repeated. Every time they dropped a sonar ping, there would be a return, a single flash of energy, followed by silence. They recorded 3 such events in 1 week. The data was filed, flagged as unusual, and eventually buried in the clutter of other observations. But 6 years later, in 2003, a British team returned to the same coordinates as part of a separate expedition monitoring climate change. They were using a newer generation of sensors, sensitive enough to detect microbial movement in underwater sediment. While mapping the ice shelf's underside, they noticed something strange: short-duration temperature anomalies, lasting less than a second, appearing directly beneath a region of unusually smooth ice. It was as though something warm had flickered into existence beneath the glacier, and then vanished again. The pattern wasn't random. These pulses came every 19 minutes, like the ticking of an unseen clock. But what disturbed the researchers most wasn't the frequency, it was the shape. The heat signature wasn't spherical, like a hydro's under the ice. Lost contact 14 minutes into its mission. When it was recovered manually 2 days later, its external hull showed signs of rapid pressure change and heat damage. One of its cameras had melted, but the other, protected in a redundant casing, had captured something before the blackout. A flash, not of fire or explosion, but light, pale green, moving in a perfect vertical column, rising from the trench floor beneath the drone, and then vanishing straight upward. The final frame showed nothing but clear water. That image was never released publicly, but it spread through scientific circles nonetheless. Not as a hoax, but as a whisper, a soft warning that something was happening beneath the Weddell Sea that couldn't be explained through natural geology alone. By 2010, researchers had quietly coined the term Anomaly 27b to refer to this recurring set of unexplained readings: electromagnetic pulses, rapid heat flares, and structured light patterns beneath the southern ice. Attempts to send crewed submersibles into the region were denied by both government and civilian institutions, often citing funding or safety concerns. Some say this was simply logistical prudence. Others suspect something was deliberately being avoided or hidden. Then came the strangest report of all. In 2013, a Chilean naval patrol reported visual sightings of a glow beneath the sea ice during a routine atmospheric sampling mission. It was late August, deep polar night. The sky was ink black, and the surface winds had died into an eerie stillness. According to the crew, it began with a faint shimmer near the port side of the vessel, as if the ice below had become glass. A light appeared under the ship, steady, not flickering, and pale blue. It stretched for almost 20 meters beneath the ice sheet, casting the surrounding darkness into a surreal shade of twilight. Then, without any sound, the light bent upwards, impossibly, like a wave folding through space, and then it was gone. When asked later if they believed it was an optical illusion, the ship's navigator simply shook his head. "I've seen mirages," he said. "That wasn't a mirage, that was something else." Speculation runs wild about Anomaly 27b. Some believe it's a naturally occurring phenomenon, perhaps a newly forming hydrothermal vent system so deep and isolated it produces light through unknown chemical reactions. Others propose an ancient meteorite or radioactive object buried beneath the seabed, occasionally releasing trapped energy as it decays. But the theories become far stranger the deeper you go. One controversial paper, never published, but passed privately among researchers, suggests the pulses follow a Fibonacci interval, that they aren't random at all, but a form of signal, a message. The implication is staggering. If something is signaling beneath Antarctica, it either has intelligence or has been left behind by something that did. Whispers of hidden bases, alien artifacts, and ancient submerged technology have long been a part of fringe mythology surrounding the polar regions. Most scientists dismiss these as fantasy, and yet Anomaly 27b remains unresolved. The data is real, the pulses continue, albeit faintly, and the trench where it all began has now been marked on certain confidential maps with a red square and no name. Satellite overpasses have since been re-routed. All further civilian drone exploration of that particular channel has been suspended, and beneath it all, the sea moves slowly, cold and unyielding. If something does exist beneath the Weddell ice, it has waited for thousands of years, and it shows no signs of stopping. Whether it is a geologic miracle, a remnant of something older than memory, or something still very much awake, Anomaly 27b is a reminder of how little we truly know about our planet. That even in an age of satellites and science, the ocean still hides entire chapters of reality beneath a silence too vast to break. Part 30. The drowned bells of Point Hope off the remote northwest coast of Alaska, where the icy waters of the Chukchi Sea lap against desolate tundra and cliffs carved by time, lies the small Inupiat community of Point Hope. To most it is a windswept outpost on the edge of the world, surrounded by vast emptiness and haunting silence. But to those who've lived there for generations, the ocean carries stories older than memory, whispers of things lost beneath the waves. Among the strangest of these tales is one that has surfaced again and again over the decades, told in low voices as winter settles in and the ice grows thick. It is the legend of the drowned bells, deep sonorous chimes that echo faintly from beneath the sea, heard when the wind dies and the night is still. Bells from a place that should not exist, a ghost city lost beneath the ocean floor. The first recorded account of the bells came in the winter of 1934, from a whaling crew stranded on the sea ice during an early storm. According to the ship's log, as the ice locked them in place and they settled into uneasy sleep aboard their tilted vessel, several crew members awoke just before dawn to a low harmonic sound. It wasn't the creaking of the hull or the groaning of the ice, but something deeper, more deliberate. A long resonant tone like the ringing of a cathedral bell, muffled and far away, rising from beneath the frozen sea. At first they thought they were hallucinating, but when the sound came again, others heard it too, just once more, then silence. Nothing else unusual happened that night. But the entry ended with a question: how does a bell ring beneath the ice? Locals had an answer. Among the elders of Point Hope, the story was already known, though rarely spoken of. Long ago, they said, before even the first ancestors walked the tundra, there had been a city beneath the ocean. Not a city of humans, but of spirits, or something like them. The ones who built beneath the water, as translated from old Inupiat oral traditions. According to the story, this city had towers and halls, great dome-shaped structures made not from stone but from a smooth glimmering black substance that never eroded or cracked. The people of the sea had built it to last forever, but even forever has a tide. The ocean shifted, the earth rose, and the great city was buried, first under sediment, then under ice. But not all of it died. The bells, the people said, were meant to be warnings, or invitations. No one quite agreed. Some believed they were the voices of the drowned calling others home. Others said they were signals, messages sent out into the currents, still waiting for a reply. For years it remained a story, a strange tale passed among fishermen and elders, sometimes laughed off, sometimes spoken with uneasy reverence. But in 1972, something changed. A research outpost, operated by the US Navy and NOAA for monitoring Arctic seismic activity, was set up about 30 nautical miles offshore. Hidden beneath its scientific purpose, however, was something more curious. One of its classified secondary tasks was to monitor low-frequency acoustic phenomena in polar waters. part of a Cold War project to detect foreign submarines, but also to catalog unexplained natural signals. And in early February of that year, their equipment picked up something they couldn't explain. 3 chimes, measured at nearly 20 Hz, too low for the average human ear to perceive without equipment, but perfect for travel through water. The signals were smooth, resonant, and repeated at regular intervals, precisely one every 7 minutes. They lasted for just over 24 hours before vanishing entirely. The source was triangulated to an area approximately 600 meters below the seafloor, a place thought to be composed entirely of compacted permafrost and sedimentary rock. No caverns, no magma plumes, no geological activity, just silence and the sound of bells. The event was buried in a classified report, but one of the technicians, a young ocean acoustics specialist named Howard Kelso, later spoke of it during a university lecture in the 1990s. He didn't name the project, or even say where it occurred, but he described a haunting sequence of harmonic tones, almost musical, coming from beneath the Arctic seafloor, far from any tectonic boundary. He compared the sounds to Tibetan singing bowls, deep, metallic and curiously peaceful. His lecture drew little attention at the time. Most dismissed it as theoretical indulgence, but to those who had heard the legends, it was something more. By the 2000s, several more scattered reports emerged. Divers in the Russian Far East described humming water during deep-sea training exercises. Inuit hunters farther east, near Nunavut, recalled old stories of waters that sang in the winter, warning travelers to avoid certain frozen bays. A Canadian icebreaker captain reported feeling an immense vibration in his chest while docked for maintenance in a fjord off the Beaufort Sea, though none of his instruments showed anything. What modern scientists make of these stories is uncertain. Some propose that under rare pressure and temperature conditions, layers of methane hydrates trapped beneath the permafrost can collapse suddenly, creating acoustic pulses that resonate like bells through the ice. Others suggest that underwater landslides or thermal vent ruptures could create harmonic echoes if channeled through the right geological formations. But these remain theories, and none fully explain the rhythmic, near-musical nature of the reported sounds. What makes the mystery of the drowned bells so enduring isn't just the sound itself, it's the feeling they evoke. Those who have heard them describe a strange sense of calm, not fear, not awe, something in between. A feeling of being watched, but not threatened, as if the sound is both ancient and familiar, as if it was meant for them. In 2018, a documentary crew attempted to record the bells near Point Hope. They brought sensitive hydrophones, underwater drones, and a team of both scientists and local guides. They spent 2 weeks scanning beneath the ice, sleeping in tents on the frozen sea, listening to the silence. For 12 days, nothing happened. But on the 13th day, February 3rd, they picked up something. One chime. Faint, nearly lost in the ambient noise. But there, the sound was recorded, analyzed, and to this day, it remains unexplained. It matches no known underwater seismic activity, no whale song, no machinery. It is now archived in several databases, labeled simply anomalous signal, Chukchi _2018_2_03.wave. For the people of Point Hope, little has changed. They still fish, still hunt, still pass their stories down, and the bells remain a mystery, sometimes heard, often doubted, never fully believed by those who haven't stood on the ice in the dead of winter and felt the world hum softly beneath their feet. But the sea does not forget, nor does it explain itself. The drowned bells ring when they choose, and when they do, those listening are left with a single question echoing in the deep. Who is ringing them, and who are they waiting for? Part 31, The Phantom Reef of Mapimi. In the southern waters of the Gulf of California, where the Pacific tides slip through narrow sea passages and the wind carves silence into the rocks, there are charts that mark nothing, blank spaces, unnamed zones. And yet for over 100 years, sailors and fishermen have told of a reef that is sometimes there and sometimes not. A place where ships drift off course, radios die, and time seems to unravel. They call it the Phantom Reef of Mapimi, a shifting, vanishing anomaly that lives beneath the waves and refuses to stay still long enough to be proven. It's not on any official maritime map, no coordinates are published, but ask around in the coastal fishing villages of Baja California Sur, talk to the captains with salt in their beards and sun-cracked eyes, and you'll hear of it. Some describe it as a jagged rise of black coral that juts up from the depths with unnatural angles. Others say it glows faintly just beneath the surface, even on moonless nights, like ghost light on an invisible cathedral. But all the stories agree on one thing: if you find yourself above the phantom reef, you'll know, not because you see it, but because you feel it. The earliest known account comes from a merchant schooner, Santa Dolores, which departed from Guaymas in 1894 en route to La Paz. The voyage was supposed to take 3 days, but on the second night, the crew was beset by an unnatural stillness. The wind died, the sea flattened into a perfect mirror, the compass needle spun in lazy circles. According to the captain's log, every bird that had followed the ship vanished. The crew grew uneasy. Then the fog rolled in. They heard the reef before they saw it. The scraping sound, long like teeth being pulled across glass. They dropped anchor, unsure whether they were near land or something worse. Visibility was near zero, and then just before dawn they saw it, black stone rising up from the sea, as if a broken mountain had thrust its way through the waves. Towering spires, smooth, almost melted walls. Some of the crew thought it looked like a cathedral. Others said it reminded them of a ship's graveyard, the twisted skeletons of 100 lost vessels fused into one. But when the fog cleared, there was nothing there. No reef, no rocks, just open water. That would have been the end of it. A sailor's yarn for tavern stories, if not for what came next. The Santa Dolores was found adrift 6 days later, drifting miles off course. Half its crew was gone. The survivors were delirious, sunburned and confused. They swore they'd been caught in the fog for hours, maybe a day, but they'd been missing nearly a week. They spoke of strange lights in the water, of distant voices calling from just below the surface. The captain never spoke again. He was found locked inside his quarters, his logbook torn to pieces. Modern records began to take interest in the area again during World War II. American submarines, patrolling the Pacific entrance to the Gulf, frequently reported signal disruptions and instrument failure near a particular stretch of sea off the Isla Cerralvo shelf. Classified Navy logs reference compass deviation exceeding standard margins and intermittent sonar feedback without geological cause. One particularly eerie entry notes an unmarked sonar echo, a massive structure, fixed but featureless, appearing at a depth of 100 any known cetacean, submarine or geological source. But what alarmed the crew more was that, during the 5 hours the sound was recorded, the ship was effectively immobilized. No propulsion, no drift, just stillness. The sea had gone dead calm. When movement returned, the signal was gone. The reef, if it had been there, had slipped away again. Cairns published her findings a year later in a niche journal, but they were largely ignored. What she had recorded came to be known in some circles as the Mapimi tone. A few researchers attempted follow-ups, but funding disappeared, and the area became just another patch of sea with strange rumors clinging to it. Too remote, too inconsistent, too uncooperative for serious study. Then came the incident of the Mistral Dawn in 2002. A private yacht carrying 5 passengers set off from Cabo San Lucas for a coastal cruise. On day 3, all communications stopped. The Coast Guard launched a search, fearing engine failure or foul weather. But the seas had been clear. 3 days later, the yacht was found drifting, completely intact, its sails down, engine off, and no one on board. The logs were bizarre. The final entry read simply, "Everything is wrong. The water's too quiet. Something under us." The GPS data was even more troubling. It showed the boat circling a 5-mile radius for almost 12 hours, at an average speed of just 1 knot, before going completely stationary for 6. Like the vessel had hovered over something it couldn't leave. The Mexican authorities launched an investigation, but the case was closed quietly with the vague label of unexplained disappearance at sea. No trace of the passengers was ever found. But among the local sailors who followed the story, the whispers grew louder. They said the Mistral Dawn had drifted across the Phantom Reef, and like others before it, something had reached up from the deep and taken what it wanted. What is the reef really? Some believe it's a magnetic anomaly, a kind of rogue signal field caused by a buried meteorite or submarine lava dome. Others think it might be a remnant of an ancient civilization, perhaps an island city swallowed by a prehistoric flood, like a Pacific twin of Atlantis. There are those who even claim it's alive in some way, that the reef itself is a sentient structure, a biogeological hybrid of coral and mineral that surfaces to feed on something we don't understand. Conscious, or maybe just reactive. In one particularly unsettling tale, a diver who claimed to have encountered the reef off the coast of Mazatlan in 1995 said that the water around him had felt warmer the closer he swam to the black stone. He didn't see any life, not a fish, not a plant, but he swore the reef had patterns etched into its surface. Not erosion, but design. Spirals. Runes. Something like writing. He surfaced in a panic, but the current had shifted. The stone was gone when he looked again. He never dove in open water after that. Despite, or perhaps because of the mystery, sightings continue. A cargo ship in 2013, a luxury fishing charter in 2019, a drone survey in 2021 that captured inexplicable footage of deep shadow formations just before the camera went dead. Always brief, always uncertain, never proof. The phantom reef never stays long enough to be measured, mapped or marked. It comes and goes as it pleases. If it is real, then it's the sea's best kept secret. If it's not, then what is it that these sailors keep running into? As night falls over the Gulf and the tide retreats into darkness, you might imagine it, rising in silence from the depths, unseen and unknowable. A reef that breathes once every few years, chimes its strange pulse into the currents, and waits. For what? No one knows. But the ocean remembers. It always remembers. Part 32. The Abyssal Reflection. The ship that saw itself in the deepest hours of the night, when the horizon dissolves into black and the sea becomes a moving mirror. Sailors speak more carefully. It's in those moments, they say, that the ocean stops feeling like a surface and begins to feel like a presence, one that watches, one that listens. But there's a particular tale, told quietly in the shipping circles of the North Atlantic, that goes beyond the usual murmurs of sea ghosts and rogue waves. It's the story of a vessel that didn't just vanish, it encountered something impossible, something that seemed to echo it, mirror it, understand it. The ship didn't sink, it returned, but the crew was never the same. This is the mystery of the Ark Seraphim, the ship that saw itself. The Ark Seraphim was a scientific vessel, medium-sized, reinforced for ice travel, and equipped with sonar, bathymetric radar, and deep-sea submersibles. Its purpose was exploration, contracted by a private research institute in Norway to chart a stretch of ocean just above the mid-Atlantic ridge, a tectonic rift so vast it splits the Atlantic seafloor from pole to pole. The mission was ordinary on paper, routine data gathering, sonar sweeps, nothing out of the ordinary. The crew consisted of 22 members, scientists, navigators, engineers, and marine biologists. Their reports in the first week were unremarkable. Minor anomalies in current velocity, small deviations in seabed temperature. But on day 9, the logs changed. The Seraphim had picked up a signal, a sonar bounce that didn't make sense. It appeared at first to be a large object resting at 3,800 meters, but the data was strange. The object's signature was identical to that of the Seraphim itself. Same dimensions, same hull curvature, same antenna layout. At first, the crew assumed it was a ghost ping, a reflection off a cold layer of water, or a software error, but the engineers checked the systems 3 times. The signal remained. They adjusted the sonar angle. The object changed position. It mirrored them, precisely. Whenever the Seraphim turned, the signal moved to match. If they slowed, it slowed. If they stopped, it held position directly beneath them. A second Seraphim, deep below the surface, moving in unison. The onboard AI that handled navigation flagged it as a non-physical duplicate echo. But the wording didn't help. The longer the crew stared at the sonar, the more unnerved they became. This wasn't how sonar reflections worked. This wasn't how anything worked. A few of the scientists proposed that it might be a thermal inversion layer, or an unknown acoustic lensing phenomenon, caused by the ridge's unique geology. But none of those theories accounted for the fidelity of the mirror image or its synchronized movement. So, they sent down one of the autonomous submersibles, Argo 7, to investigate. Equipped with cameras and lights, Argo 7 descended straight toward the anomaly. As the submersible neared 2,500 meters, contact began to degrade, not abruptly, gradually. First a few seconds of video distortion, then lag in response time, then silence, but not total silence. The last transmission from Argo 7 was audio, a low rumble, almost like breathing, followed by what sounded like a hollow clang, as if the submersible had gently collided with something metallic. Then, static. The crew recovered nothing. That night, the Seraphim's lead scientist, Dr. Helena Venn, made a note in her private journal, not in the logs. She wrote, "It's not reflecting us, it's watching, waiting. It knows we see it." The next day, something changed on the sea's surface. The water turned unnaturally calm, so calm that the ship's wake barely fanned out behind it. The wind died, birds stopped appearing, the world grew eerily quiet. Not silent, exactly, but muffled, like the ship had slipped under a dome. That evening, the Seraphim encountered fog. It didn't drift in like usual. It rose from the surface, thick and wet, rolling across the deck and obscuring all vision beyond 30 feet. The radar showed no nearby vessels. The GPS began to jump erratically. One moment they were drifting southeast, the next, due west, then no location at all. The crew began to feel time slipping. Hours passed without explanation. Watches disagreed. Alarms went off without cause, and sometime around midnight, the object reappeared, no longer below them but ahead. The sonar showed a second Seraphim, hovering less than 50 meters away. The signal was precise, too precise, down to the millimeter. The crew stared at the data, and then out into the fog. For a moment, something massive emerged from the mist. Lights, a dark silhouette, the exact outline of their own vessel, same antennas, same bridge, same running lights, but it didn't respond to hails. And then slowly it rotated, revealing no name on the bow, just a blank hull, as if it had been built to copy, but not understand. Dr. Venn ordered silence. No movement, no broadcast. The crew stood frozen on the deck, staring into the fog. Then came the sound, not from the ship, from beneath them, a groan, deep and bone-shaking, like steel under strain. And then, a knock, once, then again, rhythmic, as if something was tapping from beneath the hull. Several crew members collapsed, others wept, not out of fear, but confusion, disorientation. One wrote in his log, "It felt like we were seeing ourselves from below, as if we had become the echo." Without warning, the phantom ship vanished. Sonar went silent. The fog began to dissolve. The sea returned to motion. By dawn, the wind had returned. So had the birds. And the GPS finally locked again, placing the Seraphim more than 20 kilometers from where it had last registered. No one spoke much after that. The mission was cancelled. The crew returned to Norway. But Dr. Venn didn't disembark. She sat alone on the bridge for 3 hours before quietly walking off the vessel, leaving her journal behind. Inside the journal was a single drawing, a spiral, a perfect spiral of mirrored ships, folding in on themselves, endlessly. She never returned to sea. The Seraphim was decommissioned the following year, and the incident buried under technical failure reports. But rumors persisted, of a ship that had seen its twin, or its future, or its reflection in time. No one could say for sure, but those who studied the logs noticed something else. The sonar anomaly, when charted against the vessel's path, formed a perfect mirror of the Seraphim's movements, recorded with timestamps before the real ship had actually changed direction, as if the reflection had moved. First, it wasn't copying them, they were following it. Some say the ocean is a place of depths and pressure, others believe it holds folds in space and memory, echoes of ourselves, waiting in the dark, waiting to be seen. And when we finally look too closely, maybe they look back. The Seraphim was never replaced. No ship has returned to that stretch of ocean since, but the sonar data still exists, locked away in a Norwegian vault, archived under a strange label, Reflection Event, 0 Theta. Part 33. The siren of the Sigsbee Deep. Far beneath the glimmering surface of the Gulf of Mexico lies a place few know by name, and even fewer by memory, the Sigsbee Deep, a massive underwater basin near the heart of the Gulf, plunging nearly 3,800 meters into the Earth's crust. Its walls slope gently at first, then drop into darkness without warning. It is the kind of place that seems quiet on the surface, but beneath, it is ancient, pressurized, and still, the kind of stillness that waits. And in the quiet depths of this silent pit, a story was born, one that never made the news, never entered the logs of official maritime history, but circulates among offshore engineers, submarine crews, and those who drill in the dark. They call it the Siren of the Sigsbee. It begins in 1992, when a deep-water oil survey was conducted roughly 200 kilometers south of Louisiana's coast. The ship was the Viridian Swan, a survey vessel outfitted with seismic scanners, underwater drones, and a high-resolution hydrophone array. Its mission was to map sediment layers and search for reservoir signatures under the seafloor. These were routine operations, quiet work, most of the time, but on the third night of deployment, the ship's array picked up a signal, not seismic, not geological, something else, a tone, long, slow, rising in pitch, then falling again like a drawn-out breath sung in metal, a note that didn't match any known whale or vessel, low frequency, but sharp enough to cut through the ocean's ambient noise. At first the crew dismissed it as feedback, but the signal repeated, once every 7 minutes, then 5, then 3, and always from the same direction, the center of Sigsbee Deep. Curiosity took over. One of the submersibles, Marlin II, was prepared for descent, controlled remotely. It carried forward-facing lights, sonar imaging, and a live hydrophone to match what the ship was hearing. It dove slowly, cautiously, spiraling down into the basin, transmitting back clear visual of nothing but dark sediment, pressure-folded ridges, and small blooms of white bacteria near thermal vents. Everything was textbook, until it wasn't. Around 2,600 meters, Marlin II's camera captured movement, a sliver of motion, thin, fast, something long and impossibly pale, slipped through the outer ring of light, then vanished. The video was rewound and reviewed by the onboard geophysicist, who noted its shape wasn't eel-like or tentacled. It was too smooth, too sharp. The team kept watching. Then the signal came again. This time it didn't just echo through the hydrophones, it came from the submersible's microphone, louder, closer. Then just past the lip of a ledge at 3,200 meters, the submersible's camera picked up something impossible, a structure, a tall, irregular column, half buried in sediment. Its surface was stone, or appeared to be etched with swirling patterns that didn't erode despite visible current. It stood alone, like a finger rising from the mud, pointing toward the surface. The drone circled it. The hydrophones began to pulse again, faster, 2-minute intervals, then 1, then overlapping tones, higher than before, closer to the human vocal range. But then came the part no one ever talks about directly, because the signal changed. It began to sound human. The log from the drone operator recorded the shift. The pitch of the tone bent unnaturally, modulating into harmonics that closely resembled vowel shapes. A sound engineer aboard the Viridian Swan ran the signal through vocal modeling software. What they got back wasn't language, but it was voice. Something was singing, or trying to. That's when the crew noticed something strange about their own behavior. They'd stopped talking. For nearly 20 minutes, not a single word had been spoken on deck. Some stood still, staring at the live feed. Others, eyes closed, seemed entranced. A marine biologist, Dr. Kantaro Yui, was found in the communications room, humming along softly, unaware he was doing it. The captain ordered the submersible recalled, but it didn't respond. The controls were still functioning, and the tether was intact, but the drone remained still, facing the column. Its lights pulsed faintly. A few crew members reported hearing the tone now through the hull itself, faint, like something vibrating the bones behind the ear. When the submersible finally returned to the surface 12 hours later, the ship's time logs were off by almost an hour. The internal clock inside Marlin II didn't match any of the synced systems. Stranger still, the footage recorded during the final 6 hours was corrupted, not glitched or blank, but warped. The light bent strangely, the sediment shimmered like fog underwater. Shapes moved in the distance that weren't logged by sonar. No one could explain it. The next morning, the ship's medical officer noted that several crew members had experienced vivid dreams during the night. Some dreamt of drowning, not in water, but in sound. Others described being in a place without light, surrounded by whispers they could not understand, but which made them feel welcome, safe, watched. The Viridian Swan returned to port early. The column was never logged officially. The audio data was turned over to the Contracting Institute, which soon went silent on all press inquiries. The crew dispersed. Some left the field entirely. Others went on to work in Arctic waters or academic labs, never again returning to the Gulf. But among those who stayed in deep-sea survey work, the story spread quietly, and the name stuck. The Siren of the Sigsbee, because no one who heard the signal forgot it. Not entirely. Some reported hearing fragments of it years later, in the hum of equipment, the groan of ice, even in their own dreams. Always the same slow melody, the breath in metal, a voice without words, a memory that never belonged to them, but settled into their minds all the same. There is no final answer. No physical evidence has surfaced since, only the sonar recordings strangely incomplete, and a brief transcript left by Dr. Yui in a personal letter never meant for public reading. It ends with a single line: "I don't think it was calling us. I think it was remembering itself, through us." And so the Sigsbee Deep remains quiet, but not silent, just waiting, listening. Part 34. The lights beneath Lake Vostok. In the vast white emptiness of East Antarctica, buried beneath over 2 miles of solid ice, lies one of the most isolated and ancient bodies of water on Earth, Lake Vostok. Hidden from the sun for at least 15 million years, this subglacial lake is the size of Lake Ontario, yet almost no one has seen it with their own eyes. It has never once rippled in the wind. Its surface is not touched by light, and its ecosystem, if one exists, has evolved in perfect darkness, under crushing pressure, and in a complete absence of atmospheric exchange. It is the kind of place you might expect to find preserved fossils, trapped gases, or ancient microbes. And yet, strange as it sounds, what scientists have repeatedly reported is something more, alive, something impossible. Because buried deep under that ancient glacier, Lake Vostok seems to have lights. Not lights as in auroras or reflections, but lights that move, pulse, flicker beneath the ice. Lights that seem at times aware. The first whispers of this mystery came in the late 1990s. Russian scientists working at Vostok Station, a remote outpost near the lake's location, began drilling to reach the untouched water far below. They used a thermal probe designed to melt through the thick glacial sheet, carefully sterilized to avoid contamination. As the drill descended, passing through successive layers of ancient ice, the team began noticing irregularities in the core samples. Bubbles, perfectly spherical, clustered unusually. Pockets of gas that didn't match known atmospheric composition. Traces of methane where there should be none. Still, the anomalies were chalked up to the extreme age of the ice, pressure-related distortion, and natural gas migration. But then came the seismic readings. Passive instruments planted across the ice shelf picked up faint tremors, taps really, rhythmic vibrations, pulses, like knocking, not from tectonic movement or glacial shearing, but something patterned. One geophysicist noted it resembled sonar pings, regular intervals, but shifting in pitch and direction, as though they originated from a moving source. At first the readings were dismissed as echoes from surface machinery, but the patterns only intensified the closer the drill came to the lake. Then came the first visual anomaly. A low-light camera mounted inside the melt probe, designed to observe the properties of the ice as it descended, captured a brief flickering glow. 3 soft pulses, like bioluminescence, within the blue-green blur of ice crystals at over 3,000 meters deep. The footage was grainy, distorted by ice refraction, but the pulses were clearly recorded. Bioluminescence. At such depth, with no photosynthesis possible, no known energy source, and no history of multicellular life in a lake isolated for millions of years, the scientists froze the project temporarily. There were calls for independent verification, but before that could happen, something stranger occurred. At 3:12 a.m., during a period of complete silence across the station, the seismic instruments picked up a new signal. Not a pulse or tremor, but a harmonic vibration. A long resonant tone lasting 13 seconds, and this time, it wasn't detected by machines alone. A technician monitoring the live feed, who had removed his headset during a break, reported hearing the sound faintly through the floor, a low hum that seemed to rise, then fade, as if coming from below the station itself. He described it as a cello string buried in stone. He wasn't the only one. Another scientist later admitted she heard it too, though she kept quiet at the time for fear of being dismissed. The hum returned 2 nights later, then again 4 nights after that, each time a little louder. Each time the instruments detected faint fluctuations in magnetic readings above the lake. Something was stirring beneath the ice. Eventually, the probe reached just above the liquid water line. Out of caution and respect for sterilization protocols, it was halted. Samples of the surrounding ice were extracted, revealing the presence of extremophile bacteria. Nothing unexpected, except that some of the DNA fragments bore no match to known Earth-based microbes. They weren't alien, but they were unknown. And among those fragments were proteins associated with photoreception, light sensing, in a world where no light had shone in over 15 million years. Then, as the probe's descent resumed days later, something truly inexplicable occurred. The probe's thermal sensors, designed to detect changes in temperature around the drill head, recorded a brief sharp fluctuation, a rise of nearly 2 degrees Celsius in just under 3 seconds. It was impossible. At that depth, the temperature should remain stable near freezing. But more shocking than the thermal spike was what followed. The lights returned, this time unmistakable, not captured by the camera, which had since fogged, but recorded by the ice itself. Photonic sensors built into the cable designed to detect light leaks for safety registered a pulse, then another, then a series, 7 flashes in the span of 20 seconds, from directly beneath the probe. It was as if something down there had responded to the heat, or to the presence of the probe itself. The flashes were not consistent with chemical reactions or pressure responses. They were rhythmic, measured, and some believe intelligent. At this point, the Russian team ceased the operation and sealed the borehole. No further attempts were made to breach the lake directly until years later, and even then, international pressure ensured far more rigorous sterilization. But the mystery remained. To this day, some claim the lights were a quirk of pressure and melting ice. Others argue that the data was misread, misinterpreted, or overhyped by fringe theorists. But some who were there tell a different story. They speak of a lake that seemed to know it was being touched, a stillness beneath the world that stirred only when disturbed. They speak of faint tones in the floorboards at night, of dreams filled with water and soft glowing forms rising slowly to meet them. And they remember the way the final audio logs were corrupted, not by static, but by interference, as if something had whispered too close to the microphone. Lake Vostok remains sealed, the water untouched, the lights unconfirmed, but the silence of its depths continues to hum through ice and memory, waiting for someone to return, or for something to rise. Part 35. The more beneath the ice of Wilkes Land. There are regions on Earth so remote, so inhospitable, that they remain barely touched by human hands. Wilkes Land is one of them, a frozen expanse of Antarctica that stretches along the eastern coast of the continent, concealed beneath thousands of meters of ice. On the surface, it appears featureless, just another stretch of the white continent. But deep below, hidden beneath the glacier and rock, satellite data has revealed something strange, something vast, something that does not belong. It began with gravity. In 2006, scientists studying NASA's GRACE satellites, which measure subtle shifts in Earth's gravity, noticed an anomaly beneath Wilkes Land. Over an area more than 300 kilometers across, gravity readings were significantly higher than expected. The anomaly was so pronounced that it could only be explained by a massive object buried beneath the ice, a concentration of mass unlike anything else in Antarctica. And in the center of that gravitational distortion was a crater, a colossal crater, roughly 500 kilometers wide and more than 800 meters deep. The Wilkes Land anomaly quickly drew comparisons to known asteroid impact sites. For some, it resembled Chicxulub, the crater left by the asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs 66 million years ago. But Wilkes Land's anomaly was even larger. If it was a crater, the object that caused it would have been over 50 kilometers wide. The kind of impact that could have reshaped continents, triggered mass extinctions, or possibly ended entire civilizations. But that's only the beginning of the mystery, because the deeper researchers looked, the more confusing the picture became. Radar scans of the ice sheet and the rock layers beneath showed unusual structures, linear ridges, concentric rings, and deep shafts that extended far beyond what a typical impact crater would produce. Some features appeared angular, almost architectural, as if chiseled or designed. A few scientists speculated that the anomaly might be more than an impact zone. It might be a buried structure. And then came the thermal readings. Beneath the ice, deep within the heart of the anomaly, a subtle but steady heat signature was detected. This wasn't geothermal, at least not in the way scientists expected. It wasn't coming from deep within the mantle or volcanic activity. It seemed to emanate from a specific region within the anomaly itself, as though something there was still warm, still active, still alive. Speculation exploded in the media. Some called it an alien base. Others suggested ancient nuclear reactors, like the natural fission zones once found in Africa's Oklo mines. But among those who studied the data quietly, a more unsettling theory emerged. The anomaly wasn't a structure, it was an entrance. A maw, a hollow, a massive subterranean cavity, possibly stretching hundreds of kilometers beneath the ice, filled with unknown formations and irregular voids. The radar scans didn't just show solid rock, they showed chambers, voids that rose and fell like lungs beneath the continent. Some believed it was an underground lake, others saw signs of collapsed ice domes or massive tunnels. But a few looked at the concentric patterns and suggested something much older, much more deliberate. A sleeping thing, or the remains of one. One paleoclimatologist described it, off the record, as a wound in the earth. Another, more poetically, called it a throat frozen mid-breath. They weren't speaking in scientific terms anymore. They were trying to name a feeling, a deep primal unease that seemed to radiate from the data itself. And still, the anomaly pulsed. Not in a literal sense. No movement was recorded, but in the way the heat signature remained constant, the gravity field undisturbed, as if frozen in anticipation. No meltwater, no quakes, just silence, stillness, pressure. Then, in 2012, during a deep radar flyover, the instruments captured something else. A faint echo, not a signal, not a man-made sound, but a reflection of the radar pulse, one that didn't behave as expected. When the signal bounced back from the deepest point of the anomaly, it returned too quickly, and it had changed shape. This led to a disturbing realization. Whatever lies within that cavity is not fully solid. Its density shifts in irregular patterns. Its reflectivity doesn't match rock or ice. In some models it almost resembles organic material, dense, fibrous but strangely ordered, not chaotic like a cavern or glacier, more like cartilage, or fossil, or something ancient and sleeping beneath the ice. One model, shared quietly among glaciologists, used a simulation overlay that attempted to recreate the inner structure based on the radar echoes. What emerged was a shape, vaguely oval, flattened at one end, ribbed, almost, with symmetrical lines radiating outward. It looked, in the words of one researcher, like the cross-section of a seed, or a brain. And at its center, always at the center, was that slight warmth, that unyielding thermal trace that suggested not fire, not water, but decay, or life, or something caught in between. To this day, no expedition has been able to drill directly into the Wilkes Land anomaly. The ice sheet above it is too thick, the temperatures too low, and the risk of contamination too high. There are also political pressures. International treaties prevent extensive excavation of Antarctica's interior without strict environmental oversight. But behind closed doors, efforts continue. Probes are being developed, new radar sweeps planned, quiet collaborations form between nations with deep interest in unexplained phenomena. Because the more we learn about the anomaly, the more one truth begins to settle in. Whatever lies beneath Wilkes Land has been there longer than any city, any civilization, any record we possess. It was there before the ice, before the continents took their current shape, before humans learned to speak or shape fire, and it may not be dead. It may simply be waiting, waiting in the cold, waiting in the dark, waiting for the ice to melt.